Yeah. You. You. That should be a little bit better. The only problem is the... Wait. Can I should be able to. Wait. I'm actually gonna mute my mic while I do this. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm adjusting my mic, hang on. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that doesn't make it fall. There we go. Also, what's up, Elusive Dark? What? Oh. Cool. That should be fine. Yep. There we go. There we go. Can't see. There we go. Man, it feels like I'm too close to the... It feels like I'm too close. Like... I got my new glasses. Yo, Sajad. I got my new glasses and it's like... It feels weird. It feels like I'm way too close. Like, I could see everything so fucking clearly. And I'm actually sitting a little further away from the TV than I was... Or the monitor than I was before. Also, I'm in a fair bit of pain because before I found out that class went out, I went to go shave and then my electric razor just ran out of juice. And then I was like, ah, fuck. So I had to use my dad's razor unpreparedly, so I cut myself a lot, which sucked. I have like 5 or 7 different cuts, it hurts. Because I usually don't use manual razors, I usually use electric one. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not expecting a lot of people to watch this stream because, like, it's like, well, it's a Tuesday. I never stream on Tuesdays. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. But I'm gonna have to, like, check to see how my exams are gonna be, but they'll probably be pushed to Thursday, I would think. Though I kind of heard that Thursday was a holiday, so I don't know.
The briny blue. We must reach Engine's battleship and quickly before it sets sail. But how? Think, Cortex, think.
Rescheduled to Thursday. Let me see here. We won't be meeting today. Fortunately, my home computer lacks a camera. Let's fucking go. Exam was pushed back, and the other professor doesn't have a webcam. Let's fucking go. That means no classes today, nothing. Yeah, baby. That's what we like to hear. Hey, I actually hit that cycle. I usually don't. Oh, cool. Man, I have a feeling like Slip Slide and Rock Slide are gonna be the worst.
Get them off of me! Shoo! Shoo!
Oh. This is where the cycle starts, I think. Perfect. And you know, that saves me like $12 to $14 on gas, so hey.
No amount of treasure can never begin to compensate.
Treasure, eh? Monster.
Hey. Yo, is this the stereo version? No, I almost failed that. Die. Okay. This is fine. Boom. Going fast here doesn't really matter all that much. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pretend like I got that yellow gem. That was my own fault. The game didn't drop my jump. I just did not jump. I did that on purpose. That will not happen in runs. Uh-oh. I'm gonna remove Peacekeepers too. I'm a little high. It's fine though. There we go. Why did you not let me jump? That sucks. I got an insta-fall there. I hope that doesn't happen during runs. I want to check something. I know I tested this before. Okay. How does this work out? It doesn't. Okay. What about this? Because I've always done... Yeah, why do I do it why do I do it that way? Does that actually even save time? So all I need to do is just that. No, it saves time for sure. Okay. We're gonna do it this way. 1, 2. There we go. That I'm probably not gonna do in runs. I doubt it. That's why I don't do that. Cool. Can't make it from there. Also, I finished Silksong today. Or I finished it earlier this morning. It took me 50 hours to 100% the game. Oh, I know how to do that now. Cool. I might start going for that. Save myself a couple of extra seconds. Yo, Hatake. No. Huh? I still got it? No, this is Spire 1 music. Damn. GG for new PB, thanks. Yeah, I remember this time. Thanks to you. Oh. Thanks. Almost failed that twice now. Yeah, that PB was fucking funny because, like, I go from, like, I mean, it wasn't really, minus 40, it was actually, like, minus 30-ish, but I went from, like, minus, like, pretty far ahead to being plus 55, and I still PB'd. No class today? Nope, there's no, there's an outage. So, campus is closed for the whole day. Initially, it was gonna be, only until 10 a.m. And then I was just shaving, and I was just like, because I was having issues. My electric razor ran out of juice. And I'm like, I have to charge this thing. And then I had to resort to using a manual, which I don't like using. I got a pretty clean shave, but cut myself a lot.
A new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Fuck you.
It's so soft and warm.
I'm gonna check my emails, periodically. just because I want to make sure that, yeah. Nothing from my other professor. If he... Ouch. Yellow. Tell me you're from the Midwest without saying you're from the Midwest. Yellow. Apparently they're starting to do that in the South too, which is odd because I've always I've only associated yellow with well, you know, Midwesterners, considering I am one. I don't pick up the phone saying that though. I just say this stock standard hello. Or if it's somebody I know, I'm like, yeah. Woo. Why do I feel like I'm about to get angry? Damn. Do I like puppies? I have 3 dogs. I think you can figure that one out. I think there's still the... Well, it's not on YouTube, but I think there's still the command of Athena when she was a puppy. On Twitch, I think if you do !puppy, it'll show you a video of Athena when she was a puppy. Of me playing with her in the snow. Yeah, back when she was tiny. She's like gigantic now. She's gigantic and she fucking pushes. It's annoying. She'll block your way. You have 4 dogs, 2 male, 2 female. Used to be us, but the male one passed. One of the male ones passed away. You're from the Balkans? That tracks. Dude. There's a lot of people from the Balkans that settled around this area. Oh, we have a decent amount of cuisine, like pierogi. I'm saying it in a way that the people from the Balkans would understand. We don't pronounce it that way here. But pierogi. I don't know how to pronounce it, but puszki. Like the Polish donuts. They're pretty big in our culture in the Midwest. Like, particularly where I'm from, we have Polish donuts during Mardi Gras. I don't know why, that's just when they sell them. And that's when we eat them. It's not like we can't get them, it's just that I associate them with Mardi Gras. And of course, if anybody knows Scott the Woz, who is an Ohioan, like me, his last name is Wozniak, because his family's Polish. Have I ever met him? No, he lived either northern Ohio or northwestern Ohio. I think he lives around Sandusky. Which, Sandusky is like as central north as you can get. Sandusky's famous because of Cedar Point. Which apparently they got a new bakery or like some new cookie or something. I saw that on the news this morning while I was like... What was I doing? Why was I watching that? I don't care for the news. Oh, I think I was resting before I was gonna go do that. Do you know how long I'll be streaming today? Nope. I might be streaming for 6 hours. I might be streaming for 12 hours. Probably not 12 hours. Yo, Axwood, thanks for the good luck. Oh, genki. Yo, Matsukari. You catch me whenever you come back. It depends. I might. If I PB, I probably will stop the stream, unless it's a shitty PB. I do have some anime I want to watch. By that I mean I don't know what anime I want to watch, but I want to watch anime. I've been in the mood for it. Just finished Silksong. I'll take a small break and then I'm gonna go try to get the rest of the achievements. You have to find a wife. You and me both. I was watching DBZA. I was watching Dragon Ball Z Abridged yesterday, showing one of my friends, Habibi, Yo Ali. And I was like, it's that one scene in Revenge of Cooler where Goku's just sleeping and he's hungry and he's like, yeah, that's right, Chi-Chi. Pour that maple syrup all over my breakfast, you beautiful lady that lives in my house. And then I said like, oh yeah, that's gonna be me in 10 years if I find a wife. That's how I'm gonna talk dirty, is like, you beautiful lady that lives in my house. Get me some bacon. And then she'd be like, get me bacon first, and I'm like, let's do it together. Who's into you? And she'll say she's 18 or 19, damn. What do I study? I am at uni. Right now I'm studying, my classes are US history, colonial American history, a science class, and microeconomics, some Greek mythology course. Why did you go that way? And some nature and science course, essentially like a social science. It fits. I hate that it fits. What happened if you had zombie in AA? Nothing. I don't even know if zombie in AA would really do anything outside of just stall the enemies and make the RNG easier to deal with. The only thing zombie would do, and I'm not sure what happens if you bring zombie into the ant fight, but you want to study mechanics because you really like cars, then you should do that. Usually bosses have a... Oh wait, no. Being zombie would do nothing because you switch characters. Usually bosses have like a winning animation that they do, and then you automatically die if you have zombie. The only benefit having zombie there would be is death abusing out of antagony, which I hate to say it, but it does nothing. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible for both to have zombie. With modding, I caused Cortex to die and had him zombie during Rock Slide, which was funny because it would just kill him. ちょっと前さ、日本。お、できました。ナイス。ナイス。何の授業か何のテーマだ Isn't that soundtrack from Wrath of Cortex? Yeah. Yo, Mikhaila. You don't live in America? If you did, you hope you wouldn't end up like that? Nah, you probably wouldn't. That would... You'd only ever get treated like that if you were in a bigger city. That is indeed my name. So playing as Cortex and Nina on other levels is only possible with mods. You can mess with the level select or the character select stuff in Iceberg Lab. Hi, Weg. Yeah, that's what I asked. What did you learn today? It's a nickname? That's not how nicknames work. It's a username. Gpro's my nickname, technically. I am Gpro's my username. I could have jumped on the yellow. I don't think it saves that much time though. I need to stop throwing Cortex so damn early. How's your Spanish going, Weg? Did you learn anything new? We do both, but usually it's like, yeah, you usually say Mr. or Mrs. It depends, like if the person does have a PhD, we'll call them professor. Or if they have a doctorate, we'll call them doctor. Well, that's mean. You have no right to tell a person who they are. Regardless of your political beliefs or whatever, you do not have the right to dictate who somebody is. I'm not going to judge you for your beliefs, but I will also say to please keep it to yourself because it is none of your business, basically. It's going well so far. It's good that you're having fun learning Spanish. Why am I waiting? I'm supposed to. It's not political. It kind of is. How do you use Japanese quotes again? It's... I don't remember. That's just how it is. Like I said, it's none of your business to say who somebody is and who somebody isn't. Regardless of your beliefs, it's none of your business. That's basically what it boils down to. I will ask that you please do not disrespect my friend, or rather a good friend of mine. Because, like I said, it doesn't matter, like, how you feel about it. Because other people will feel differently. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have that belief. That is not what I am saying. What I am saying is rather, it's rude and none of your business to say somebody is or is not something. Because, quite frankly, I don't really care to police ideals. I don't think that's right. Because everybody's gonna believe how they believe, but at the same time, you can't just come in and that be basically your first message and be rude to somebody that I call a friend. Doesn't matter how I feel. Well, it will when I don't allow you to come into my chat and do that. Because, like I said, it's nobody's business but Kylie's whether or not. Or whether or not Kylie feels a certain type of way. And if Kylie feels a different type of way in the future, that's fine. But like I said, that is a personal decision. And I don't want that in my chat. That is the last thing I will say on the matter. If you decide to push further, I will end up timing you out. Yeah, that's a really cool clip. It's very fun. And like I said, you could believe whatever you want to believe. That is perfectly fine. Like, but there comes a point where you're disrespecting somebody or making something your business that you don't have the business of. It's not a decision. Okay. Hold on, let me get on YouTube real quick. Damn it, it's doing this again. Habibi turtle, yeah. Yeah, that is the thing, Habibi. Dude, why are you just on the wrong fucking thing? Let me go here. Go into here. This is your warning. You will be timed out for 24 hours. Your favorite 7 TV emote? Yeah. Habibi. そうです。状況、例えば、そうですよ、そうだよ、ああ、そうなんだ。Isn't that just 相づち? Oh, そう、はい、さあ、そうだろう。そうだよね、そう、そうか、相づち is it's like it is a cultural thing in Japanese where the listener is reacting to the speaker. It's usually considered intrusive in most, it's usually considered intrusive, in a lot of languages. In American English, it is used, but seldomly. You know, usually what it is it's a call that the listener is listening to the speaker. So, like, if somebody's talking, for example, in English, I might say, like, right, yeah, uh-huh. In Japanese, they kind of take that to, like, level 9,000. Or it's like, things like that. That is called aizuchi. It's really hard for foreigners to do aizuchi because, like, usually how we understand aizuchi is like somebody trying to butt in and cut somebody off, and we are taught to not do it. You like to feel heard? Yeah. It's just weird because, like, in a lot of, like, the Western culture, we don't like that very much. Jogen, you have a weird question? I mean, go ahead, but depending on what it is, it might be intrusive. I'm not always, extremely, like, I can read kanji, but not fully well. I have, like, I haven't mastered it yet. What the hell, Cortex? Cortex took fucking a billion years. I don't know. How am I supposed to know what bathroom somebody uses? Okay, so it looks like that's gonna be a thing. What is little bro doing? Where's that remote at? I mean, if you really want to know, just ask Kylie yourself. And abandon it completely? I mean... Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, just keep going and you'll figure it out. Ask where you have to ask the person yourself. Don't like. I wouldn't. Don't be surprised if Kylie is like really, really. Yeah, I would recommend not asking that question, but if you want to know the answer. No, I'm not the person to ask. I would not recommend asking that. That's a damn good way to get banned. Like, if somebody asked me, do I use the unisex bathroom or the male bathroom, I'm gonna be weirded out. You shouldn't get too comfortable asking that, yeah. Asking intrusive and personal questions is not a good idea unless you know the person. If the person decides that they want to become friends with you, then obviously you should take some measures of precautions, because there's also problems with that, depending. Not everybody. Damn it. Yeah, at the end of the day, a streamer is usually not gonna be your friend. If you assume that there's friendship, it's gonna be parasocial. I tend to be a friendly person, and sometimes I do just become friends with people, but that doesn't mean necessarily that you should take that for granted. Oksong? Yeah. There are streamers who accept personal questions, not questions like that. Just because one, like, an overarching category does not mean... An overarching category does not mean that things will be treated the same way. That's a pretty ignorant way of seeing the world, unfortunately. I don't mean that in a bad way. What I mean is that like, only thinking of things in black and whites like that is not, that's not a good way to interact with people. Nuances is extremely important. And if you don't understand nuance, it will benefit you greatly to try to work hard to understand nuance. And nuance is not understood by pushing boundaries either. No, you don't. What you get from asking that in the first place? That's also true, yeah. What is nuance? Nuance is a subtlety, or an understanding that things are not black and white, that things are not like one way or another. あ、こんばんは、酒かさん。いらっしゃい。グッドアップありがとう。It's like understanding that just because there are no rules saying you shouldn't do something does not mean that you should be allowed to do it. Like, just because it says that, yo, flowers. The fridges are green, midori. Green is midori. Not the crates that are impossible to get. I actually got one of them, believe it or not. I saw that I landed there. Hang on. I need to see that. Where are they? There's a couple in Antagony. I did not ignore that on purpose, by the way. But yeah, there are some crates that are just impossible to hit. There's some in the ceiling in Antagony. There's quite a few in the ceiling, and I believe there's some that are basically in the void. Somewhere. Some crates are physically impossible to get. Crates in the void. Oh no. Twalk flashbacks. It's just sitting around due to rush development. Yeah. And also, since they use different stuff, go full throttle on your Japanese learning today. Nice. My favorite level in Twinsanity? Is it lunchtime? Always, I mean, if you can, of course, dedicate your time to being able to study. If you can. Hub 3 intensely in runs. Hub 3's nice. Okay. Dude. How the hell did I get all the way over there? How to interact that? Here out of the language topics? I mean, just talk. Generally, like, it's a good idea to bring up speedrunning stuff, especially crash stuff. But language and linguistics is definitely something you can always talk about here. This game is very crazy, yep. Language learning in particular... Oh. I was about to say, wait, can't we just do that? Wait, can we just do this? No. I was like, I hate this door. Why I never use it. You'd lose their shit if you'd lose your shit if they remain twins. What it will take? Honestly, just got over interested in linguistics because it feels so nice to talk about it here. That's because language is interesting. But a lot of times, what people talk about when it comes to language... Wait, hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I think I missed one anyways. Almost died. Internet's dog shit out of nowhere, rip. The thing about linguistics and what a lot of people think about when they think about linguistics is like, oh, like studying and like, oh, vocabulary lists. It's like, no, language is so much cooler than that. Vocabulary lists, tests, a lot of that stuff's really boring. Like, when most people talk about language, they're only thinking about the stuff that goes on in the classroom. And it's like, no, that's like the most boring part about it. Is like the stuff that happens in the classroom that's really boring. But the way people think, the way people act, the differences that people have as a result of speaking a different language or... Talking about neuro-linguistic programming? No. I don't know where you got the programming aspect of it. Linguistics intersects with computer science. You did some runs yesterday? Nice. The reason why linguistics does somewhat intersect with computers is because you'll have to find a woman. Good luck, brother. If you find an extra one, let me know. Brody's available. You can call me at 1-800 fuck off. I'm fucking stupid, dude. Like, language is a communicative tool. Like, you can obviously communicate with machines. Hell yeah. You can communicate with machines using programming language, but machines don't understand syntax. You wish you had a stream as cool as mine? My stream's not really that cool. I'm just, like, unapologetically myself, and I've been streaming for a long time, so it's like, I just don't give a shit. But I appreciate the fact that you think that my stream is cool, though. I am just unapologetically me. I have my interests, and that's about it. I don't really find the speedrunning aspect a, like, major part of who I am. I mean, not even as, like, not even just as a streamer, like, just in general. Used to have a somewhat active chat. I mean, that's because I've been a long-time streamer. And a lot of people know me, too. I basically got lucky, but up until about, what was it, like 2 years ago or something, I think I would only get like 7 viewers from Twins. I've been a streamer for 13 years. Actually, if you're curious, the majority of my followers I got before 2015. Because I was really good at Sonic Adventure DX and Sonic Heroes. Back then when I was actively running Sonic Heroes, actually I had about the same amount of viewership I get now, but that was 11 years ago. And the reason why I never, like, really grew was because I would always switch games. I don't usually stick to the same game. I go with the game that I'm interested in. So, around that time, I switched over to Rayman 3 and Crash 2, which then Crash 2 gave me, I think I was getting like 20 viewers per stream, but back then Crash viewers didn't really talk. And then after that, GDQ happened, so obviously I wasn't doing that much streaming. But I had about 1,900 followers prior to 2015. I also, at the end of 2014, I was really playing Spyro Hero's Tale just because of the fact that, like, I was interested in it and I accidentally broke it. What was my peak viewers, you mean on average or in general? Because I've been rated by large people before. I think the most amount of viewers I ever had was 300. That was rated by a guy called Talon, who's a really big Sonic speedrunner. And I believe at that time I was doing 130 emblems. No, it was probably all A ranks for Sonic Heroes. I can't remember. But my peak average actually was, my peak viewer average was actually, right before this semester started. Because I was doing a lot of Twins and a lot of people were watching me do Twins, so I was getting like 40 viewers a stream, which is ridiculous. But then school started and I couldn't have a consistent streaming schedule. So now it's like back down to like 20. Do I care? Not necessarily. I mean, this is just kind of what happens. Though, of course, I'm talking specifically about Twitch. I'm not sure about YouTube. I think if YouTube is added into the mix, probably about 60 or 70. I think. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, as a streamer, the biggest reason why I like being a streamer is because I like talking to people. So if I'm not streaming for a long time in the day, I can tell you exactly what it is. There's nobody in my chat and I'm bored. So I'm like, okay, if I keep going, I'll just get frustrated and then that's it. The social aspect of streaming, because I didn't have many friends growing up, was one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to do streaming. And also, I like being entertaining. It makes me happy when I know that other people become happy as a result of me being stupid. That, I'm not gonna lie, that is a pretty big aspect of why I kind of act silly. But I mean, I don't just do that on stream. I'm like that off stream too. That shit's genetic. My dad does that too. So like, I wouldn't say that I really put up I don't really put up much of a front or like a mask when I'm streaming. It happens, but it's rare. Usually it's when I get annoyed at somebody and then I have to kind of tell them like, okay, that's enough. That's when I usually start kind of like not really being how I am. But like, I mean, the thing is you just kind of be yourself, and then the people that kind of vibe with how you are will naturally go to your stream. That's why there's a lot of people here that come from different cultures, I would think, and also like enjoy talking about languages. The majority of people in my chat are bilingual. There's a couple who are trilingual. Though, of course, I'm also going to say, like, you know, the majority of the world is bilingual too, so, like, bilingualism is only rare in places where there's very little linguistic diversity. Usually in the English-speaking kingdom, or, say, like, Japan, for example, which Japan is just that way due to being a homogenous society. I'm just gonna pretend like I got that. Why do you ask questions like that? I have a feeling like I'm gonna miss some of these a lot, and I don't like that, so I'm gonna give some extra practice in. Or I'm gonna get some extra practice in. Like, my question is, like, what do you gain from asking questions like that? Why do you want to know these questions? Because, like, I've understood this as, like, this is definitely not just like, oh, I just want to know. I don't believe that. Camera doesn't move with crash and slip slide. Oh no, it does. That's a zombie thing. That happens with zombie. Why does zombie do that? It's like you talking to ChatGPT. So the reason why zombie does that is because slip slide has camera scripts and camera triggers. Every single time you pass through a chunk. And since zombie breaks those camera triggers, it doesn't work correctly and it has to reset itself. I'm guessing they were made to specifically prevent stuff like that. Cavern also has the same thing. There is an instance of that. You don't gain anything from asking it, then why do you ask it? Getting paid by the CIA, damn. Crazy. Yeah, since I can kind of sit back and relax, I want to at least get a little more extra practice in. And I save money because I'm not going to class. Okay. Let me check my email. I'm gonna check to see if we have a class today. In that one particular class. Who's that? I have no idea who the hell that is. Okay.
Bubble KG.
But yeah, it's all because you're zombie and camera triggers and scripts don't really work when you're when the game thinks you're dead. The camera acts weird here, but that's not a result of that. I think I'll still make it. I just can't make any mistakes. Going through your brain. I don't know, the best part, what I would recommend is if it is not something that you would ask somebody IRL, it's probably not a good idea to ask. Or if you have asked it and got a bad response, it's also probably not a good idea to ask. Whoa, hold up. Brando raid. Pause. He came in right at the cowbell time. I gotta sneeze. Oh shit, hold up. People ask you those questions? Are you sure? Yo, Lee. The hell is this? Got a new PB? Nice. Yeah, usually if people ask you if you're smart IRL, usually you're calling them dumb. Yo, Jer. Also, GG's on the 411 PB. Sometimes, usually those kinds of questions are, not asked. To be kind, usually they are like, they are not nice questions. Usually that is insulting a person's intelligence or insulting how a person is. You will run away. Yeah, I would look at you funny and then I'd walk away. If you ever asked me that. But yeah, GG's on the PB. What is 411? Oh, is that 1, 2, 3, and twalk? 105. Yeah, that would make sense. I really want to do a Gen 6 Sprash Vecta. I'm not sure I'll be able to pull it off, but that's what I really want to do. I will be practicing for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna do some runs. Normally, I am not streaming at this time. Someone asked you that? I mean, yeah, but why would you ask somebody, some random person on the internet that? That is weird. It's weird. Like, maybe there was context behind it, but if there's no context behind it, it's like, that's weird. Damn it. Usually don't mess that up. So in case anybody is curious, I did get a hundo PB of about 5 seconds. Okay. How big is your mom? Hang on a second. She's this many. Oh, okay. So jump earlier. Okay. I'm jumping too late.
Mother?
Honestly, since I'm saving like $10, if I get hungry for lunch, I'll probably go get lunch. Like, I'll just stream BRB. Like, I'll just fucking, like, just leave stream on. Eat some FUD. I can make it. Bro literally said, the next thing you're going to say is... Then the bro says it. Huh? Jojo! Caesar! Bro's literally Joseph, the best character in all the fucking... JoJo. The next thing you're going to say is... Now we just need a Caesar. Who's Caesar? Caesar! I need to go back and watch part 2. Even though part 2 is like really short. Nice. Joseph peeps on his own fucking mother, then damn. Okay, well, I'm not gonna get that long jump, so let's do this. Yeah, my mom is this many. You can't see how many fingers I'm holding up. Close your eyes. put your glasses on. Ooh, I almost soft locked. Ooh, that was almost bad. One of my favorite songs in the whole fucking track. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't gonna fail that the next time. I know better. My ass hurts. Is there an adapter for the Xbox, kind of like Brook? Actually, I'm using one. The XB2 works for 360 and OG Xbox, but for the OG Xbox, you need that like standard plug to USB female. I mean, if you're gonna soft mod your OG Xbox, you need that anyways. So what you do is you just plug the adapter into that. So you could use GameSir for this. Yeah, I tried it. It was terrible. It was absolutely awful for twins. You need a lot more precision. Like, for some reason, a lot of Hall effect controllers just do have, like, no fucking, like, precision in their stick. And I don't understand why. Because you really need stick precision. You really need stick precision for twins. But yeah, you just get the XB2. Okay, I knew that was gonna kill me. All right, I needed to check that. I have that in mind for next time. Like, it's weird because you used to have the Dreamcast controller, which is a Hall effect controller. And, like, the Dreamcast controller has no issues with it whatsoever. It actually has... It has perfect precision. But with all of these, like, off-brand controllers that I have tried, I've tried 2 of them so far, all of the Hall effect ones, while they say no stick drift, they have a lot more issues than stick drift. To show my settings, I don't have settings. Yeah, I'm... cool it on the questions, please. At least questions like that. Please make the questions relevant. But yeah, you can basically use, okay. Yeah, you could basically use the GameSir for twins, if you want. I mean, I'm probably gonna be buying a new one soon, because, like, my current adapter is, oh, okay. Interesting. My current adapter is failing. That's most likely why I'm having so many issues with just my inputs recently. Because it keeps, like, disconnecting. It sucks. Like, there's micro disconnects that are happening. But mine's like, it's old. And like, it has some of the wire showing and stuff, so I need to like, I need to go back and I need to just buy a new one. I'm a little hesitant though, because in the case that 360 starts, it becomes the standard, then I won't need to care about that anymore. Easy. I don't want to skip that. There you go. I don't know how I want to do the movement there. Wait, does that mean that you're gonna start... You might start learning Twins on Xbox? Pause. Wait a second. Was it upright and not down? You haven't played it? It's definitely fun. Video settings? That's not a video setting. I play on SSD. Okay, I gotta double check my video again. Oh, what the hell was that? Did I see something? Oh. Hug. Alright, let's see here. But you want to stop after a certain amount. Oh, it's hold. You first spawn as you all the way to. Is my mouse seen on screen? All the way to over here. But for a small. No. Without the, you know, the little graphics hacks that I can use on this emulator. Frame drops there, but. Okay, alright. It's just holding back. Alright. That's what the, that's what the trick was. There was a trick for it, and I forgot what the trick was. Let me double check. Okay, just hold down.
As we explore a new dimension!
What do you mean I didn't press A fast enough? Fuck it. I don't think that that's gonna happen. Okay, you know what? I'll try it one more time. I don't want to use that much strength in that, though. But if I have to, I will. They still failed it. I have an idea. That should have worked, and I think what I'm gonna do is instead of just like letting go, I'm gonna hold forward after I hear the If that works, then I'm chilling. Oh wait, but I was holding down on the stick in the thing. That does change everything too. All right.
So, you could probably figure out some kind of an audio cue for this. And also, if you're doing any percent, it's this door. Little bit of frame drops there, but
I don't know. I give up. If it's just not gonna work for me today, it's just not gonna work for me today. Let's do runs. I don't want to be stuck on this forever. Let's move this. Oh, come on. Don't disconnect on me. Here we go. Okay. If I get food, what food should I get? I had McDonald's yesterday because I needed food. I had Wendy's the day before. I don't want to go all the way out for Taco Bell. That just leaves Dairy Queen and Arby's. Or I could just go to the donut place and get my usual, because I have a usual. I'm dead. Usually, what I get at the local donut place is, I usually get a bacon, egg, lettuce, tomato sandwich, and then I get a large chili. It slaps, like, really hard. No, like, that's, it's God tier. But I mean, like, the thing is I do like my Wendy's. There is a Taco Bell that's being built right by, like, where all of the stuff is. I guess there's also Subway, but I don't like Subway. And we don't really have, stuff to make here at the house, which sucks. I mean, we do, but it's stuff I can't really eat because of my dietary issues. I'd rather, I would rather, be able to fully concentrate on stuff. And to be honest, the McDonald's yesterday was kind of fire. Could do a 20-piece chicken McNugget. 20-piece. 20-piece, and then I can get a damn smoothie with it. Ooh. Like, or I can save my money. Good luck on the runs. Thanks, Flowers. If you do more runs tonight, I hope they serve you well today too. Man, me being free on a Tuesday feels like you will be doing more runs. Nice. I am slow as fuck. I'm taking my shoes off. Hang on. I want to get comfortable. Where the hell are my indoor shoes? Here's my indoor shoes. Get these outdoor shoes off my feet. There we go. I like how I could just fucking do that now. I have some awesome plans for my setup. So once I get the CRT setup complete, I'm actually gonna create a corner. And then with that corner, I'll be able to have my desktop be placed somewhere else. And then with that as well, I will be able to I'm going to place a 60-inch TV where my desktop currently is, so that way if I want to, like, lay back or something, I think its maximum is, like, 720p, but it's so big, who cares? I mean, the 1080p on it doesn't really look that great, but it's really big, so I can just kind of lean back and watch stuff, which just sounds awesome. There's like a really big old 60-inch TV that we have that I haven't been able to bring downstairs because it's too big. Like, I am capable of lifting the monster, but the problem is the base is wider than my legs can spread. So I can't lift it. I can't lift it and bring it downstairs because I can't crab walk my way through the house. It's too hard. I could ask for help, but too lazy for that. But I mean, if I get that son of a bitch down here, like, I mean, oh man, I'm gonna have like the triple monitor setup of the gods. At the sub 103, we shall see. Like, it also kind of helps me out because, like, if there's ever text that I need to make larger, I just put it up there, and then it's like, oh hey, I can read it now. Cool. I did get new glasses though. I just got them yesterday, and I see really well with them. They're really nice. I like them a lot. Dude, really? Okay. Ooh. No! Why did you slip off, you bastard? Okay. So I guess we're just gonna be behind then. That is just what's gonna happen today. I have 90 seconds to save, so it's not like being behind is gonna matter too much. Cool. Oh boy. Ooh, that was really close to a hole-in-one though. I'm not resetting because there's no point in resetting. I don't need an amazing run to get the sub 103. Yo, kites. Oh shit. Kites. What's up, dude? Come on, get some speed. Don't bounce on the boxes. Go fast. If I miss Brower Strats, this is gonna suck. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, we're good. There we go. Doing a bunch of crossworlds? Nice. Okay. Whoa, okay. Crossworlds is a game I want to get, but it's a little too expensive. Well, yeah, because, Sonic Adventure. Kites is a Sonic speedrunner. If you don't get something perfectly, you reset. That's probably why you don't finish runs. It has a free beta. I thought it had a free beta. But the free beta, I thought the free beta wasn't, it has a free demo. Yeah, we knew each other kind of, sort of, back when I was a Sonic speedrunner. I'm so far back, and I don't have a mask, which sucks. Fuck you. It had 2 free demos. Body slamming consistencies. True. It's a game I want to get, but, like, it's too expensive for me at the moment. How many eons since then? Many. I know Kites used to frequent my streams back when I did Sonic runs. Sonic Crossworlds. Like, listen, you still do? This is true. It's just like, listen, the thing is that fucking, right? Like, Crossworlds has the gears. It is automatically peak. Like, it has the gears. It is automatically peak. Like, I love my Sonic Riders. The OG Sonic Riders was fucking crazy. Gears like in Sonic Riders, yeah. It has the Sonic Riders gears. Dude, it's automatically peak. And, like, the writing for it, like, dude. The writing for, like, all the characters roasting each other is so good. Like, fucking Omega calling Vector bitchless is so fucking funny. The game's peak. Like, I can't say anything else. The game is peak. And at the same time, you understand why she was. And the game is peak. Yeah, that's the thing, is I actually legitimately want to play the game. Like, I looked at the gameplay, and I'm just like, wow, this actually looks really fun. And I'm pretty picky with my racers. Only playing with the gear? My man. I didn't like Zero Gravity so much. OG Riders is better, yeah. I want to play Champion Edition. Oh, you started with it? That makes sense. What was Cortex doing, dude? fuck was Cortex doing? Somebody clip that. Cortex didn't even jump at Crash, he just fucking ran. That... What? Why? Okay. Thanks. Damn it. Ooh, that's major time loss. Get up there. Okay, now I can't save time by death abusing. That sucks. Horrible Resolute Walrus Kevin Turtle. Beloved Sassy Pistachio. Double clip. True. I'm an idiot. Why did I allow that? I don't know. You know what? Doesn't matter.
It doesn't bother me, it doesn't bother me, it bothers me a lot. Let it go, Cell. You have shit to do.
Oof. Let me take my wallet out of my pocket. And a pencil, because I had a pencil. Oh yeah, Cratchit, I finally finished Silksong. Endgame boss fight was kinda sick. What the fuck? If I die... Was it hard to get the final collectible? I found it pretty quickly today. What part don't you understand?
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your
Days will go crystal crazy.
What the fuck? The camera wasn't fucked up? Okay. This is a curse run. Neo Ada Sam. Ada Sam. How different is Xbox compared to PS2? It's not that different. The biggest differences are really between playing the game in 50 Hz versus 60. And because if you play the game in 60 Hz, there's a thing called slide glitch that happens, which is why I'm playing in 50. The Xbox version has different coordinate calculations, so certain phantom ledges are easier to land on, or some of them are like a guaranteed to be landed on Xbox, but not on PS2. And PS2 has slower load times. Yeah, glitches are not really different between them. There's a couple of minor things that do not cause crashes. Land on ledges on the PS2 emulator, you're probably not letting go of the stick. You have to let go of the stick or you don't land on ledges. Oh, come on. You're kidding. There you go. This runs rough. Yeah, being 30 seconds behind's pretty rough. I could still bring it back, though. With a decent end game. I'm gonna go for any percent. There we go. No, you're fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, all phantom ledges except for a very small few on OG Xbox. You have to let go of the stick or you won't land. Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. Really need to play, and you see some. Yeah, there's always BR people in my chat. Brazilians and Arabs. Obviously, let's keep the chat in English or Spanish if we can. You got a copy last year when you were visiting the US. Nice. You should replay Twins. It's a good game. If you, although it's not fully recommended at the moment, if you, what's it called, if you have a 360 still, since soft modding stuff is, whoa, don't call out the lurkers, but, if you have a 360, you will be able to play the game on 360. It's gonna be it's very easy to access it now. Since, you know, we have, almost, the soft mod is happening. It's not here yet, but it's happening. Right now we have bad avatar, which is awesome. Is it really lurking? You don't... Wait. Did it happen earlier? Am I dumb? Am I stupid? I thought Tia didn't chat recently. I don't know. Could be dumb. Yeah, 360 modding is insane. Bad avatars are really easy to do, too. It's just a USB. All you need is a USB. You're ultra slim this year? Damn. A few minutes ago? Okay, so I'm just fucking stupid. Okay. Alright, never mind. My bad. Pratchett calling me out for my stupidity. That's what we like to see. Need to get another one? Yeah. Bro's like, yeah, we got Unleashed on PC. Is it backwards compatible on Xbox One? No, Twins isn't. When you dissociate from chat, understandable. I mean, OG Xbox is the preferred way to play. 360 for Twins has some, 360 has some, like, really bad, lag spikes. Supposed to retire from Twins? Yes and no. Right now, the retirement is pending. It'll depend very heavily on how much time I will have after I graduate. Because once I start graduate school, that's when things are going to start getting a little crazy. Because I don't know, like, I've known that I was gonna have free time while in undergrad. But like now, I'm not sure how much free time I'm gonna have as an undergrad. Or I mean as a graduate student. So right now, really the Twins retirement is dependent on that. If I no longer have free time to speedrun, I probably won't be focusing on Twinsanity anymore. But if I have the free time still, I'll likely still go for it. Because I would like to sub 940 in any percent, eventually. And then, I mean, after sub 940, that's probably it. The only other thing would be sub 100, and sub 100 is not doable yet. Silksong streams? Probably never I finish Silksong. Success on my career? Yeah, I mean... I'll most likely find the time to stream. It's just I don't know if I'll be able to do what I'm doing right now, which is focusing on trying to get a lot of stuff. Like once I get the sub 103, I'll check to see how doable the sub 102 is. If the sub 102 is still relatively doable, with a couple of strat changes, of course. But if it's relatively doable, I'll work on it. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. If it's not, then I'm probably not gonna care. When's SADC 130 emblem? No. I'm sorry, what? Yo, Firebolt, thanks for the good luck. Oof. I mean, it's always a thing that I'm always gonna say this because it's very important. Enjoy what's going on right now, because it's hard to say how much longer I have for speedrunning. Now, when I am a professor and doing a bunch of stuff, you know, when I'm an established professor teaching languages and stuff, I'll have stuff. And when will I graduate? December. When I'm an actual language professor, you gotta teach your students how to speedrun twins? I don't think so. But, when I'm an actual professor, I may get summers off, and then I can stream. Maybe, it depends, because I don't know if anybody knows how busy professors are. Only 36 hundo runs exist. Makes sense. Even though hundo is like a very popular category. I'm surprised any percent's as popular as it is because it's really hard. All levels should be considered a main category too. Because a lot of people don't run it specifically because they don't know it exists. It is the entry-level category for twins. But yeah, once the sub 10 once the sub 102 happens, I'm not sure where hundo's gonna go until I know for a fact that sub 1 is possible, and then I'll gun for sub 1 if I can. This all depends on if this happens in the next couple of months. Like, if this doesn't happen in the next couple of months and I just don't have the time to dedicate, I will not do it. I want to focus on my career. In fact, the biggest reason why I'm streaming right now is just specifically because, like, I don't know how much time I have left to do speedruns. All levels the same as 100%? No, it's totally different now. It's close to the standard route, but you don't do any death abusing and you beat every level. You also do hub 3. You do hub 3 cursed splash. You do early hub 3. No. What do you do? I forget which one you do. Yeah, you do early hub 3 so that way you could skip a bunch of you do early hub 3 so you can skip cutscenes. It takes like 30 seconds or something. So what you do is you, foreskin, piss balloon, no. Zero gems are required for all levels, yes. I think there's a couple you get in passing, but they're not required. The only thing that's required for all levels is you just beat every single level. From start to finish. So you enter a level and you finish the level. So you have a couple of unique things. For example, you fight Dingodile, which you do not fight Dingodile in any other category. And you have and Boiler does not have zombie. So Boiler is totally different, and I would say Boiler is harder compared to what I'm currently doing in runs. There is a strat that is harder in Boiler for Hundo that saves like 20 seconds that I call Pipers, where you don't get Cortex out of the Boiler pipe, which, by the way, for some reason it crashes PS2, at least on emulator. But All Levels has some interesting changes.
Power crystal.
It has some interesting strat changes that you wouldn't really think about. Also, hey Toquinho. But yeah, the only thing that's required for All Levels is, simply put, beat every level. That's all you need to do, is just beat every level. Oh, this is the fastest run I've ever had. Cool.
The crystal is mine.
I might reset that best seg.
Fool, avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
The thing that does suck about All Levels, Silksong Crazy True. The one thing that sucks about All Levels is you have to do Ride and Slide after Uka Skip. Which, it's not like it's a really difficult trick, but it sucks to do. It sucks to do in quick succession. You do Uka Skip, then Ride and Slide, which are two... I mean, Uka Skip isn't really that bad, but I don't do practice streams. I mean, there's no point in practicing if you get nothing out of it. Oof, that Baconator's calling me. He's saying, yeah, bro, eat me! And I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Give me that bacon and goodness. Oh, I still got it, cool. Alright, I thought I wasn't gonna grab it. Oh, I didn't jump high enough. That's fine. Why was I just looking at the timer like I'm doing any percent? Ah, got it. There we go. Not the fastest run I've done, but it's pretty close. Yeah, -3. This is a pretty good early game. Neat. You know, there's this thing called a jump button. Think it would be cool to do that for Crash? It probably would be. We Crash runners aren't as tight-knit, though. Like, the thing is most of us Crash runners just kind of do our own thing. Like, one of the problems is that, there's not enough people who run Twinsanity. So, like, you can't add Twinsanity into the mix. You could put Twalk into the mix. Okay. Come on. Yeah, the problem is like, for one, the disparity between us is crazy. You can't make a relay race easily if if you don't have people who have, like, either to balance things out. Like, what you would need is you would need to balance out the PBs. Like, for example, on my team, you would basically need to make sure that there's somebody who would have close to a similar level of performance as Kylie, as the disparity, basically. And mind you, I'm saying performance. The actual PB doesn't matter, it's the performance. Like, say for instance, if you got Kalibo to do Crash 2 right now, who hasn't been, like, you know, who hasn't ran Crash 2 in years. Why? There we go. Like, if you have somebody like Kalibo who hasn't ran Crash 2 in years, like, you would, if you put his PB up against what he's actually gonna be capable of doing, then the teams are gonna be heavily unbalanced. This happened in a Halo speedrunning relay, where they had a guy called Maxlu, who has been known to run other games, but he mainly did Combat Evolved, and his performance in the race was 10 minutes slower than his PB, and it caused Gold Team to be extremely behind by, like, over 10 minutes. Like, without him, they would have actually been pretty close to the other teams, because the teams this year were really close to each other, but because of him, Gold Team was so far behind. And then there's another issue too. Infinite didn't have balancing because there was only one good Halo Infinite runner. So the only reason why one team won was because of Infinite. About the purple team BK runner incident, I did not. But it probably sounds similar to what I'm talking about. But what they do with the Halo relay racing, which is really interesting, is they have drafts. Like, essentially, you have team leaders who choose the runners, and they, like, basically do trading. It's really fascinating what Halo speedrunners do with that. A segmented, it was hours over his IGT, damn. Toquinho was swearing at me in Italian. Pratchett, please translate. No run on the board. How the fuck did that even happen? Wait, what? Well, Toquinho is Italian, and he just posted Italian Italian hand sign. I'm joking. Everybody be quiet, the Italians are talking. As an unknown symbol. Damn. That's even funnier. Are we gaming? Maybe. The Halo guy who died all the time? Cody Miller? But Cody Miller was an established... like, person in the Halo speedrunning community at the time. We didn't know that what he did was... we didn't know that he was splicing everything. Cody Miller was the Halo speedrunner guy. Oh no, Cortex is in his running animation. That's... I don't know what the hitbox is. Got it. There we go. Okay, alright. We're chilling. This is an acceptable amount of time loss. I mean, if you look at my, classroom, which I don't really remember why I lost so much time. But yo, Kaiser. Okay. When the people pace pals see behind on run, but don't realize that there's so much time to save. Hey, fuck off. I might die. Okay. Well, on the bright side, the robot's not gonna kill me if he hits me. My hand glided onto the B button. Okay. Okay. That's like, what? Good 10 seconds? Okay, and I got that too, so... Oh, that did work, okay. I didn't think that worked. It's definitely not going to be a best seg, but I'm going to be ahead of PB. For sure. I'm either going to be -9 or -13, I think. It depends on how... Never mind. I soft locked. I could have accepted that. I probably should have, to be honest, but I didn't want to. I'm not sure what causes that soft lock. Se acabó. Yep. Se acabó, tío. I'm not too, I'm not too fussed. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal, everybody. So, after attempt 2050, or after the next run that gets outside of Cavern, I'm gonna go get some, I'm gonna eat food because I'm hungry. I keep thinking about the Wendy's Baconator, and that's a problem because I just had Wendy's. I think I would probably prefer going to fucking, Dairy Queen, to be honest. Dairy Queen to get myself a chocolate shake. And get some chicken. Some fries. But then again, the Baconator's calling me. The Baconator says, bitch, get the bacon. Sure, something. Yeah. That's the problem with 1545, is that it is almost impossible to catch stuff like that. Like, you might say, like, wow, oh wow, how the hell did that anybody let that happen? The thing is it makes total sense, because how are the people that run 1545, how are they going to know whether the person is actually legitimate or not? Like, the thing is say for Halo, it's very difficult to have that problem only because of the fact that everybody kind of knows each other. Like, I mean, obviously not everybody knows each other, but the thing is most people will know that if you're not a part of the community, and it's super easy, super quick for us to check to see if whatever you're posting is fake. Like, outside of the Maxlu issue, because the Maxlu issue was really dumb. But the thing is Maxlu was an established community member for a while, so everybody just kind of thought, okay, well, yeah. Yeah, wait, only one person made the teams? That's insane. What they need to do is they need to have, like, representatives of the games to kind of vet everything, because, like, I'm sure all of the Banjo-Kazooie people were like, okay, that team's fucked. Like, the problem is that we actually, like, for the Halo community, there is now a Maxlu rule where it's like, you have to practice your games. If you don't practice your games, you're just off. It doesn't matter if you have a good PB. What do you get for cheating? The person didn't really cheat. The person trolled. Because it's like the person submitted a cheated time to enter a relay race. Which, that's not really cheating, that's trolling. Submit it as your own mods will never notice. Oh no, they'll notice. Well, 1545, well, they wouldn't have Twinsanity. See, I would like to have a Gen 6 Sprash Vecta. Which would be Twins, Twok, ETD, and AHT. I think that would be super cool. I failed, by the way. Oh, Gen Z? It's Gen 6. Gen 6 Sprash Vecta. Did somebody make an extremely bad run on speedrun.com? Probably. Is it precise to get the splash there? No. It's actually really easy. Yeah, Gen 6. A Gen 6 Sprash Vecta. And the reason why I'm calling it Gen 6 is because it's the, it's this console generation. Generation 6. Because Gen 7 is 360 and PS3. Gen 6 is Xbox, GameCube, and PS2. Gen 5 is PS1 and N64, etc. like a Gen 6 Sprash Fecta, which is, it is fairly doable for a person, because, I mean, the next is gotta be 10th gen, yeah. Because 3rd gen was, 3rd gen came out of the console crash, that would be NES, Master System, then 4th gen was SNES, Genesis, has a Sprash Fecta relay ever been done? I think so, but I don't think it was ever like a relay race. I think it was just a relay. You wouldn't get a relay for this though, because so NES is Gen 3, yeah, NES is Gen 3. The reason why, like, the NES came out of the video game crash of the 80s. The NES was what saved the video game crash. There have been relay races, yeah. I believe there was a Sprash Fecta relay race. Or maybe it wasn't a Sprash Fecta, but, like, there have been Spiral relay races and Crash relay races. Those have been done. Albeit they're nowhere near as popular as Sprash Fecta, which happens every year. A Gen 6 Sprash Fecta would be crazy. Because, like, you basically would have people who have vastly different skill sets. I mean, the problem is that, I'm at a disposition where I have a huge advantage because I've already mostly learned Hero's Tail Hundo. TWAC 106 is not that hard to learn. And ETD is not that hard to learn, but I have a huge advantage with Twinsanity and Hero's Tail Hundo, where essentially, like, I would be at a huge gigantic advantage. Everybody else would be at a huge disadvantage. But it would be really fun, especially to see people like Vanny coming in. Me and Hooper being team captains, most likely. Yeah. It would also incentivize people to learn Hero's Tail. Which, the nice thing about Hero's Tail, why do you pause there? It hovers, so that way my stick doesn't flick. Because, I keep having issues with my stick flicking. Pausing just makes it easier for me to not have my stick flicked. Yep, that's a reset. Like, Hero's Tail 100% is actually pretty doable to learn. It's just long. It's like, it's much easier than 117. And I would honestly think that the majority of people, like, could learn Hero's Tail Hundo and get, like, a 4-hour time. It would be hard to set up, yeah. You'd have to, first of all, get people who run Hero's Tail. Or get people to learn Hero's Tail, which right now kind of sucks because, considering I found a new like, trick, we have to do some rerouting for Hundo. But the nice thing about Hero's Tale is that your console doesn't matter that much. I mean, of course, if you're playing on PS2, you're gonna lose, but if you're, like, say, playing on Xbox versus GameCube, which GameCube is the optimal, console, you're not losing that much, or at least enough to matter. At most, it would probably make a difference of about 10 minutes in a 3-hour run, but the thing is like, it doesn't actually, it's not, that 10 minutes is not the difference, that's just probably how different it's going to be. Probably at the higher level, it's only like a minute or two of difference. ETD runners, it's not going to be very hard to get people to learn ETD Hundo. Twalk is on OG Xbox, right? Yes. Twalk doesn't matter because loadless exists. Which honestly, ETD or Hero's Tale should also be loadless. I'm saying this so I could play on my Xbox without my disc. But Hero's Tale should also be loadless. But Hero's Tale loadless is gonna be so much harder to do. We would need like a loadless timer. Twinsanity also isn't going to make that much of a difference unless you go for Xbox exclusive, or like the routes that Xbox takes full advantage of. But the real difference in standard route is nothing. In standard, the difference is basically nothing. It's like a minute. And that's not going to make a difference in like a 12-hour run. It's not even going to be 12 hours. It's going to be like 8 hours or something. Yeah, I knew I missed it. Yeah, that splash is not tight at all. It's very imprecise. The hardest part is just not falling off. I'm not gonna pause here. I may not have made it in. I think I did, but I may not have. Come on, get in the hole. If I miss brawler strats, I am gonna reset though. The next strat I'm implementing is gonna be skipping this part, which saves like 15 seconds. It's not super reliable yet, but it saves like 15 seconds. Why are you bouncing like that? Okay. If I don't get that bounce, I'm resetting. You know what? Nah, I'm not resetting. Fuck it. I don't feel like resetting. Yeah, the issue is that there's just nobody runs these games. Nobody runs Gen 6 Spyro and Crash games. Or the mainline Spyro and Crash games. But like Twins has, well, I guess Brando's doing runs, that's nice. Brando's doing runs. Kylie, I don't think Kylie's doing any more runs after the GDQ stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Because Kylie said like early Hub 3 was making her upset. There's more TWAC runners than Twins runners. There are no AHT runners. There's nobody running Hero's Tail. Like, Hero's Tail speedrunning has been dead. It has been very dead. The last activity really was around the time when I was messing with character swapping, and I was like, hey, you know, we could just do this. I messed with a bunch of pause menu stuff, pause menu storage stuff, and then it's like, oh yeah, so this is a huge can of worms that we can now do for Hundo. And it went, there was rerouting happening for like 3 months. Edu got a record, we allowed emulator, and then boom. Game was just dead again. That was like 2 years ago, because that was around the same time I was messing with any percent for Twins. Probably I would have continued messing around with Hero's Tail, if it weren't for the fact that I was focusing on trying to really push any percent for Twinsanity back then. Because at that point I was ready to move on. But the goalpost just kept shifting for Twinsanity. I was after January of 2024, I was ready to stop running Twins, but it just kept, things just kept happening, and it was like, okay, well, why should I just stop running Twins when I'm so interested in what the fuck is going on right now? But I have made up my mind that if I have enough time to switch to another game, it will be Hero's Tail. Because I'm really interested to go back and reroute it. Especially with the new trick, because there's a new trick. That means that we need to reroute a couple of levels. Okay, we need to reroute a couple of levels. Things need to be changed. New trick, yeah. So, I was messing around with Hero's Tail, and I found out that there's a funny thing that can happen with no, I'm not adding Sonichu emotes. If you are aiming, if Spyro is aiming directly upwards and you go into first person mode, you could clip through walls while swimming, which we've never had a swimming clip before, which means that we are capable of we are no longer bound to we're no longer bound to walls in while swimming. So like, I had some slight reroutes in mind. I was also trying to work on shot pad teleporting out of Nasty Nork for Hundo, but I just haven't been able to haven't been able to get it in a way that would save time because there's an basically RNG clip out that you need to do, and you need to do it 3 times. But you can also do it upon returning. So I have to basically like go through and I need to do some timing to see if doing it earlier is faster or not, and then I have to do a couple of other things because, like I said, there is a level that is almost entirely underwater, and we haven't really been able to play with it because of the walls, since you can't really do most clip outs while swimming in that level. There's a couple of methods you can clip out by swimming, but you have to get outside of the water, so this is the first time you've been able to do it in the water, so you can also do it with swim and air. So, since you could do it with swim and air, we no longer have to death abuse outside of places that don't have out of bounds, because you could just go out of bounds. But, like, basically, the thing is while I've been messing around with it, I need to find ways, like, there are ways. Is there a way to clip through the ceiling? Is there a way to clip through the ground? What walls can we work with? What can and cannot be worked with? And then basically at that point, I need to relearn the current hundo route, because like I've been involved in hundo routing, but that doesn't mean I've memorized the route myself. I have a PB of 4 hours and 30 minutes. But I basically need to go and I need to relearn the route and then go through a bunch of timings to see, like, okay, well, what are the possibilities here? Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we do this? Can we do that? What are the problems with this? What are the problems with that? Then I have to start implementing stuff and actually do runs, because while we can always talk about the theoreticals, just because you have the theoreticals does not mean that they work in practice. We can say that something saves time, but are we actually going to benefit from the time save? I appreciate it, Axel. So it's like you have to go through all of these like number things to actually go through with it. And the reason why I'm not doing it right now is because I want to maximize the amount of time I have with twins. Partially because I know that's what people are watching me for, and also because I would like to get at least a 102 100% time. I have a satisfactory any percent time. Yo, Saucy. But I don't have a satisfactory hundo time yet. At the very least, I have a PB that has the new route, so there's that. If I get a satisfactory hundo PB, then that's gonna be nice. You're still hoping for a remake? You're gonna be waiting a while. Thanks for the stonks, Saucy. Oh. This is a rather good jungle bungle. I missed that. Nice. Damn it. Land. There we go. A lot of very exciting things that are going to be happening, but I know... Okay, there's no ceiling there, game. Yeah, the hardest part is just not dying there. Why didn't I just do a single jump there? Weird. Okay. Go! No, 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 no. Come on, dude. See, routing is really exciting to do because there's so many, like, things. When you go back and you look at a route, it's just like, why didn't we think of this? Did we try this? Let's try this. There's this, there's that. And then it's basically like you're putting pieces of a puzzle together. It's really fun to go and do routing. It's really, really fun to, like, actually, like, route things out. My favorite Crash Bandicoot villain, don't have one. And so, like, that's why I get a little excited when I talk about Hero's Tale, because Hero's Tale the majority of my history with that game has been routing. Because there have been 3 times now where I have found something that has caused either significant or semi-significant route changes. So I've been involved in just how the game changes. It's just every time I go back to Hero's Tale, I find something new. And while the new one isn't as groundbreaking, it's still really cool. It just sucks that nobody's caring about the game and that nobody's, like, looking into stuff. And I wish I had more time to just sit down and play it and, like, mess with things. Really fun, really funny run. It is. Saucy, you want to go in and you want to try to, like, you want to go in and try to, like, do some glitch hunting for it and stuff? You can learn the hundo route. The game is pretty fun. We allow emulator for a GameCube emulator. Damn it. Hate it when that happens. How many more resets do I have? You get an OG Xbox? GameCube's better for Hero's Tale. Xbox is actually the worst version. You definitely try casual on Dolphin though. Yeah, Xbox is not the best version for Hero's Tale. By any means. You already have a GameCube? Okay, lástima. ¿Qué? ¿De qué te refieres? Y buenas. ¿Pero ocupas de qué? Y buenas. Will be a reset? Could be. Man, come on. Most runs are gonna be a reset. I almost hit the cutscene trigger. ¿Cómo andamos? Yo con pies. Y muy pronto ruedas porque en poco tiempo me voy para almorzar. Porque tengo hambre. Es que cuando llegamos al intento 1050, ya estamos en 1047, me voy para almorzar. Pero bueno, cuando cuando regreso seguiré intentando lograr el sub hora y 3 minutos. Hijo de la puta madre. Me cago en Dios, tío, joder. Me muero de hambre. Jeez, I'm hungry. You can also just play on Dolphin. Dolphin is allowed, Saucy. I do recommend. Hero's Tale is definitely a game I recommend. Like, it's a very glitchy game. You'd be down to glitch hunt. You've had a few stints before. Nah, it wouldn't be super big, but there is a currently untested glitch. Well, I mean, it has uses, but it is currently untested. As in, like, we don't know to what extent the glitch does with swimming. But I mean, if you want me to take a day, I can just teach you the tricks. It's not hard. None of the tricks in the game are hard. Some of the skips are a little difficult, but the tricks themselves are not hard. I found a lot of them too, so I mean, like the infinite jump. The game has an infinite jump. I found that. Find a good day this weekend? Sure. Big bet. Because trust me, it's not very difficult to learn Hero's Tale stuff. Now, if you want to learn the route for a hundo, yeah, it's going to be a little tough, but I mean, I could teach you the majority of the tricks in Hero's Tale probably within an hour. I mean, mind you, like, 2 of them I found when I was a child. So, if an 11-year-old G-Pro can figure out how the fuck to do stuff, I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. Actually, one of them is no longer used. Well, it might still be used for hundo, I don't remember. Probably not, though, because when you swim, you can't do chests. That's one of the big things about the rerouting of putting Sergeant Bird into the mix instead of swim and air, is that Sergeant Bird can actually fucking, like, he can actually get chests. Like, swim and air is really nice. I mean, it's the staple for the Spyro speedruns. It's basically been around since Spyro 2. But the problem is you have to unlock chests which you can't do while swimming. If there's a way to find out, if there's a way to, like, get chests while swimming in air, like, the game is going to need some heavy rerouting. Because, we currently do a character swap using pause storage to download the game. Yeah. So, basically, like, the way that the game works is that, you have mini games where you switch characters, and there's one character who can basically fly, but operates essentially as a normal character. So, I mean, with some caveats, he does have infinite health, and dying results in a soft lock usually. Okay, final attempt before I go and get food. I mean, I'll put on some music and be like, BRB, food. But yeah, TLDR is that, since he is considered a character, he can go and unlock chests, which you need keys for. But he can't buy the keys himself, which kind of sucks. But he is capable of opening chests, which is extremely useful because when you're swimming, you need chests for 100% completion. When you're swimming, you can't unlock those chests. But also, the only way to get keys, there's two ways to get keys. There's a level where keys drop from an enemy, and there's shop pads where you have to physically buy them. So the only difference is that I believe Bird flies faster than Spyro can swim. But it doesn't matter because they still will only have the same amount of keys because of the fact that Bird can't go on to shop pads because the shop pad menu just doesn't exist when you're playing as Sergeant Bird. It only exists when you're Spyro, which is stupid. And then the other thing is when you go onto a shop pad as Spyro, you lose your swim in air. So if we find a way to unlock chests using Spyro while swimming, that would be awesome. But it's not going to change too much exactly, but it might, because about an Abercrombie. NTSC-U. The European version does have a difference, but it's not really... It doesn't matter. Like, as far as we know, it doesn't lose time. And the only difference is in Hundo. There's one type of trick that is not possible on the European versions of the game for some reason. But, the trick has a European alternative that ironically is also only possible on the European version. So the trick is you can charge and then basically like stand flame, which allows you to drop through. It allows you to drop through a water plane that's supposed to kill you, and it allows you to get a dark gem from out of bounds. This is for some reason not possible on the European version of the game, but or all of the European versions, for some reason this doesn't work. But there's an alternative, which I don't think we ever really timed the difference, but they were about the same anyways, so we never cared. The cool thing about that particular strat is that after you destroy that dark gem, you do a horn dive to touch the water plane, and it just instantly kills you, bringing you back to where you need to go. This is a pretty good run. game says no. Alright. Why am I being tagged? What? Okay, that was weird. I disconnected for some reason. Yep. And we're back. Okay. Let me get an appropriate image. Let me find an appropriate image. I really like that image. I also kind of like this image. But it is not an appropriate image. I must have appropriate image. I must have the appropriate image. You know what? I'm gonna add 2 images. No. I thought that was just the Patrick wallet thing, damn it. That sucks. Wait, hold on. I got this, wait. Wait. That's just an anime picture. I require something funny. Oh. Hold on. Why did you do that? No. You thought the stream ended? Nope, the stream did not indeed end. Yes. 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 Megumi reveal. Yes. Okay. Nah. It's a furry thing. The whole "oh notices your bulge" means that it has something to do with dicks. Okay, I'm back. Let me check my Discord real quick. Yo, Ali. I'm kind of cold. What the hell? Am I gonna need to put pants on? For reference, I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, so I don't know how laws work in other countries, but when it rains, you're supposed to have your lights on, and in Ohio, yeah, in Ohio, if it rains and you're using your windshield wipers, you are required by law to have your lights on. And I forgot to turn them off when I shut my car off to eat, so it drained the battery, and I'm like, uh-oh, am I stuck? And then, no, I wasn't stuck. Everything was fine. Uruguay wore no pants. This is also very true. Unfortunately, right now I'm kinda cold. And I might need to put pants on. I'm wearing shorts. Really cool. It's not actually quite, it's not cold here. It's like 20, 21 degrees. But down here, I think it's closer to 15. You know, which for inside temperatures, that's really cold. For outside temperatures, I mean, like, you know, 5 isn't bad. Man. It took you to a test on site and you had the radio on. That sucks. 14 degrees and you're shivering? What is with UK people and having no temperature resistance? Like, it's 25 and people get heat stroke. It's 14 and people are freezing. It's like, you guys would not last a day in the majority of the United States. Like, I mean, Ohio has one of the, if Ohio's, like, climate in general, stuck for 2 hours, damn. Like, Ohio's climate is fairly regular in comparison to the majority of the United States, because in most states it either has, like, an excess of heat or an excess of cold. Ohio doesn't have that. We get at maximum 34. If you're like, we actually had 35 the other day, which is rare to have in September, but it was up to about 35, and then like, usually in the winters it gets to about -20. So, like, I hear the UK, where people have struggle with the upper 20s and, like, the lower teens to, like, sub 10. Yeah, Middle East gets up to 57. Yeah, goodbye. I would never be able to live in the Middle East. The hottest I've ever felt is 47. And that was when I was in Japan. And let me tell you, that was not easy to, like, get through, but it was still manageable. The coldest I've ever felt is minus 32. Playing Dying Light. Dude, nice. Yo, Flowers, thanks for the welcome back. You're probably saying that late. It's fine, you just have an air conditioner 24/7. Yeah, the problem is going outside. I mean, of course, like, in Japan, you also basically have that. Isn't Japan rather cold, though? No. I think northern Japan, it gets to about minus 20. I was burger, it was pretty big. Don't go outside. True. Yeah, Ohio weather, like, I mean, the biggest problem is that we get, of course, we get, like, the standards. All of you to think I go outside. Ohio, we basically get like, pretty standard weather. But also, of course, we get the same kinds of natural disasters that the majority of the United States gets. You know, we got tornadoes. We get the remnants of hurricanes. Which sucks. We get a lot of flooding and squalls. Though, I mean, there's tornado season, so, like, you know when tornadoes are possible. So, if you know that a tornado is possible, you do take some precautions. Like, there's a reason why Americans talk about the weather a lot, and it's because, like, everybody needs to pay attention to what the weather's like, because if not, the weather can kill you. Like, if you don't know that there's a possibility that there's gonna be a tornado, like, oh, you fucked up. You pretty much just fucked up. Like, if you go out driving and you know you're gonna have to do a lot of driving and there's a possibility for a tornado, you fucked up. Because the thing is unless you're a storm chaser, you don't really know how to predict tornado patterns. And a lot of people don't actually know how to, like, survive a tornado. Like, for example, a lot of people try to go in underpasses during a tornado, which, I mean, anybody that knows basic physics knows that's a terrible idea. But, the idea is they always tell us you need to get in a ditch. Like, you need to get into a ditch or get below ground level. But a lot of people hide underneath, underpasses, which obviously magnifies that. How do you survive a tornado? Very simply, you get underground. You get underground, and you make sure that there is something above your head. That's how you survive a tornado. Now, this does not always work, because if the tornado is powerful enough, it will fuck up whatever's above you. But it increases your chances dramatically, because even a weaker tornado will kill you if you are exposed to it. But airflow is almost impossible to predict, so it's not like, even if the center of the tornado goes above you, it's not like it's going to do the maximum damage there. Depends on how long that it's there for. What if there is no underground? You hunker down in your car and hope. But one of the telltale signs that a tornado is coming right towards you is if it doesn't look like it's moving, it's going towards you, change course immediately. Change course immediately. Don't try to outrun the tornado. Don't turn around 180 degrees. You basically try to go perpendicular, so turn 90 degrees. If you can't, the only thing that you can do is stay in your car and cover your head. And then just hope that it's not powerful enough to throw the car. Because if it is powerful enough to throw the car, you're just dead. You can't live. Like, tornadoes are the deadliest things on the planet. What if it pulled you up in the air? Oh, you're dead. You're most likely dead. If you're in your car, you have a higher chance of surviving. Kind of. If you're in your car, you have a slightly higher chance of surviving. Because, you have a chance of being padded. But the thing is if it just grabs your body, it will fling you, and you have no cushioning. You will basically die either from lacerations from the, Can't you just nuts get the tornado, imagine? The problem is that the air pressure is really low inside of a tornado, so you can't breathe. So if you're inside of it for too long, you will probably suffocate. Or you will get flung. And if you get flung, like, I mean, think about it. A truck can be flung a mile away. A truck can be flung a mile away. A human body can be flung miles away. And there's so much debris that you're probably going to get lacerations. The difference in air pressure will cut your organs up. So, like, the chances of you surviving being sucked up from a tornado or even a strong dust devil are very slim. If you're inside of a car, your chances aren't great, but they're not zero. Now, with that being said, there are places, like, there are places where there are tornado hotspots. Essentially, like, the strongest tornadoes exist, like, the strongest tornadoes are in those areas for a reason. if you live in a place where there have never been any really strong tornadoes, and by really strong I mean ones that can basically tear concrete, most likely you're never going to experience something. Is a tornado worse than a Category 5 hurricane? Yes. But Category 5 hurricanes do a lot more damage. It is easier to survive a Category 5 hurricane than it is to survive a, an EF5 tornado. Because the thing is like, with an EF5 tornado, it's almost impossible to protect yourself from that. Because if it's powerful enough to literally clear off concrete slabs, if it's over you, you're just done. If you're in the basement, you're just done. Like, it will still kill you. Like, a Category 5 hurricane, yeah, the floods are gonna be bad. But it's... and the winds are gonna be really bad, but you still have a chance of surviving a Category 5 hurricane. Plus, it's incredibly easy to predict hurricanes. Hurricanes are extremely large. It's very easy to tell, to like mark the path of a hurricane. It is not easy to mark the path of a tornado because a tornado is extremely small. Well, by comparison. Like, a hurricane can be hundreds of miles across. How about a hypothetical 10.0 earthquake? 10.0 earthquake's probably gonna win. Now, also, another scary thing is hurricanes spawn tornadoes. Did I experience a strong earthquake in Japan? I did not. I did experience earthquakes, but nothing strong. I think the strongest I felt was a magnitude 3 earthquake. And I was quite a bit away. I think it was actually a 5.0 at the epicenter. But it was like a 3 or something when I was there. It was really odd because I'm just like, why does the ground kind of feel like it's shaking? And then I look at the unfinished bottle of water. And I see, oh, it's shaking. Cool. And then I look at the earthquake alerts. And it's like, oh yeah, so Chiba just had like a magnitude 4 or 5 earthquake. And I'm just like, oh, cool. How did I get a 318? I didn't splash, did I? I forgot to splash. Right? There's no way I saved that much time without doing the splash. Yeah, there's no way. I was also not recording, and I need to plug my headset into. When you live in a place that is prone to natural disasters, you are naturally going to be thinking about the weather because the weather can dictate whether you live or die. I didn't think I splashed. I thought I forgot. I am going to get rid of this best segment, and I'm going to change it to the fastest I've seen myself get, which is a point. I've gotten slightly faster than this. So if you don't do what are the consequences long term in the game, I can't get into hub 3. I lose like 2 minutes. I can do early hub 4, but early hub 4 is slower. I can still PB with early hub 4. But I have to do a different splash. Oh yeah, trust me, now, I have never witnessed a tornado. I've seen dust devils and I've seen twisters, but I've never seen I've never seen an actual tornado before. I have had close calls. I've been within 10 miles of a hurricane, or I've been in 10 miles of it. So if I don't do the splash in Jungle Bungle, you can't get or do early hub 3. Yes. Well, you don't do the cursed splash, you do the splash. You do the splash. The splash is what, the splash is what allows you to teleport to the place where, Cursed Warp will put you into the airship. You need, okay, so, basically, Cursed Warp has a couple of things to it. You need to obviously hit a checkpoint when you are not inside of the chunk that the checkpoint is in. That's number one. Number two is you need to have the chunk that the previous checkpoint was in. You need to make sure that is still in memory. The third component is that you need to be close enough to the chunk that will grab you, so that way it is loaded in memory. The chunk needs to be loaded in memory, and it needs to have a specific thing that will cause Crash to spawn inside of it when he dies. I'm not sure what that thing is. It's a very specific thing that I'm not sure what it is. But essentially it's like, what happens is that Crash is close enough to the chunk to where it is loaded in memory, so that way when he dies, the game puts him in that chunk. The splash that I do in Jungle Bungle puts you inside of a bounding box, and that bounding box is what loads the airship chunk. As long as you're inside of the bounding box first for a period of time, that chunk is loaded in memory. Because there is no direct link into the airship chunk. It is, you load into it through a script called a Hub 2 to Hub 3 cutscene director. And it activates by you touching the cutscene trigger by the airship, which causes the airship cutscene to happen, and also the transition into the airship chunk. What Cursed Warp does is that since when you die, you are inside of that bounding box, the airship chunk is loaded in memory. And since it's loaded in memory, Crash just goes in, well, not really Crash, but you are put into that chunk. That's how that works. And if you're wondering why specifically that location, and I know, like, I know the explanation doesn't get any easier to understand, because it's not the eyes that matter, it's the math that matters. Everything you're seeing is an illusion. Essentially, all it is math. Every single chunk has its own coordinates, because it exists in its own region, or like in a specific region in space. Come on. Can I get out of here? I don't want to. I just want to check to make sure I can get out. Okay. So now you're in the airship chunk. Yeah, basically. But the thing that you have to know is that every time that you cross a chunk boundary, your coordinates change. Essentially, there is an illusion that you are in the same area. You are not in the same area. That is an illusion. You actually teleport to a different location that matches the coordinates of the chunk. Essentially, what the game does is when you cross a chunk load, it does some math, sort of, to teleport you. Why are Crash and Cortex alongside Mecha Bandicoot? Because Cortex is supposed to go into Crash. But since he's on the hoverboard, he can't stop. The hoverboard does not stop. So he has to jump into that, and then, well, I just ended up in the bad location. So every time you cross a chunk load, Crash teleports or he translates. The best way to say it is like a mathematical translation. It just moves him, like right here. It just moves him to the point where the next chunk is. Because of that, every time that since you move coordinates every time you're in different chunks, there are different permutations or combinations of coordinates that can be assigned to when you touch a water plane. I am overcomplicating this, by the way, but I'm trying to explain it in a way, like, if you know how video games work, this is very simple. It's a very simple explanation. But the problem is, well, I have the sense, and a lot of people don't. But it's the best thing to really say is that there are two areas where those coordinates overlap with the bounding box. There and in Hub C, which Hub C is the nut cave. Hub C is the nut cave that goes into the second beach, where Farmer Ernest is. The only way to access those coordinates, the ice climb splash was a bit easier to understand. It's the exact same thing. There's no difference between the ice climb splash and this one. The only thing that's different is that you do the splash at a much earlier point in time. There's nothing different. It does the exact same thing. There's no difference. The only thing is you're just doing a splash in a different location, and it puts you in a different location. That's all it is. Essentially, instead of the parts of Cursed Warp being right beside each other, the splash setup just gets set up in Jungle Bungle. That is the only difference. And you don't body slam the platform. Otherwise, it's the exact same thing. That's why I keep saying that don't trust your eyes, because the eyes just don't make it any easier. I think it's because a lot of people think that the body slam is the cause. But also, like, you'd never see me splash, because I'm skipping the splash animation. Because skipping the splash animation saves like 6 or 7 seconds or something. When did I discover this? Sloths discovered the place, I think, where you can splash. But it has been known for a while. It's been known, I believe, since like a month after we started doing early Hub 4. It's not new by any means. Early Hub 3 is not new. It's pretty old, actually. It's not that much different from early Hub 4. It's just that we implemented it way later because we didn't know it was faster. And even more so, when I was trying to do runs with it, I didn't have the motivation. I was doing any percent, or I was busy. It's been known to be the fastest version for like a year or so. Possibly even more than that. It might be a year and a half now. Plus, early Hub 3 is also hard. I don't think anybody has PB'd with it yet. Maybe Stu has, but I don't really think anybody's PB'd with early Hub 3 except for me. Kylie has gotten runs with it, but I don't think Kylie PB'd with it. Okay, game. But yeah, I believe we were looking into it properly while I was in Japan last year. I think that's when we were, like, properly looking into it. It was either then or slightly before then, I think, because Scythe and Sustain were looking into it, if I remember correctly. And then eventually we found out that my math was wrong. And that I missed a couple of things. But I mean, like, when Cortex Antagony was implemented, early Hub 3 was just faster. Early Hub 3 is just faster because of Cortex Antagony. No matter what math that we do, Cortex Antagony makes early Hub 3 faster no matter what. If the hoverboard was fully in the game, I don't know. That's not for me to say. Because who's to say that it would not have functioned any differently outside of having a stop mechanic? Any percent might have been easier. But that would have meant that we wouldn't have found Fountain Skip, and probably never would have led to finding Nut Skip. Usually tricks like those are found in spite of something that's difficult. Is the collab Twinsanity devs video a thing? Yeah, it's been a thing for like 3 weeks. Maybe 4. You can find it on my YouTube channel. It's almost 3 hours though. Be aware of that. I kind of wish that I had my current setup back then. Because, it would have been so much easier to have, it would have been so much easier to have a webcam set up. No problem. Good luck with the sub 63. That is an interesting way to say sub 103. Oh, come on, you did it again. That was the exact same thing that happened. Why did you do that, Crash? Stop having that fucking problem. Yo, stream tracker. Hold on. Ooh. Yo, retro achievements got a new tracker. Let's go. But I appreciate the good luck, yeah. I want to get back into doing retro achievements. The problem is like I said, it's the same reason why I'm still doing Twins and I'm not doing Hero's Tales. I feel like my time with Twinsanity is shortening. And what was before something that I was very loosely kind of saying like, oh, you know, I'll get to it eventually, is more like, oh shit, I might not be able to do this anymore. That is not something that I want to leave on a sub 3780. Why is bro making me do math? We're just gonna do that real quick. Boom. Give me a second back. I know it's in seconds. I was actually doing the math in my head like, oh yeah, 3600 is 60 times 60. I just wasn't doing it out loud. Alright, Saucy. Also, that's 10, and that should be 10 to the 4th, not 10 to the 3rd. What you said was 378. It should be 3.78 times 10 to the 4th. I'm good at algebra. Nobody tell him? What, that your math is wrong? Never mind. 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 Never mind, I forgot 10 had a fucking 0 in it. I forgot 10 had a fucking 0 in it, okay? Oh, damn it. Come on, bro, strats, please. That's gonna bounce me really high, yep. Figured. And I don't even believe that... Yeah, no. Death abusing would have been slower, unfortunately. Okay. I am going to be about +9, which is fine. It's not like... +9 is not that bad. Never mind, it's a reset. Man. You know what? Fuck you guys. It's not what he typed. This is what he typed. The fuck? Dude. Wait, hang on. No, actually, the problem was that I couldn't fucking I couldn't paste Tau. That was the issue. I tried copy pasting Tau and it said fatal error in the fucking chat. I'm like, why? What do you mean fatal fucking error? I just want to post Tau. That's also how you know that I'm a little more mathematically savvy than most people, because I know what Tau is. Yeah, I went onto the fucking Wikipedia page, and I'm just like, okay, look up Tau. At first I put YTAU, I'm like, that's not what I typed. But I mean, I've said this several times, I'll say it again, I'm not a math guy, I'm a language guy. There's overlap, but not a lot of overlap. Okay. Like, you do have to use the mathematical side of your brain for syntax in another language. So you do have to have some levels of mathematical ability to have good grammar in another language. That's what 5 is. Well, no, the syntax usually involves the mathematical side of your brain, especially in second languages, or rather foreign languages. Languages that you do not know intuitively. You use the mathematical side in order to use grammar and syntax. That's why there's mathematical overlap between that's why there's some math involved in language learning. But it's not more than levels of basic algebra. It's the same types of thought processes, but they're not used in the same way because it's very obvious. Like, math is usually really obvious how it works and how it's structured. Syntax is not obvious, but it's still similar because you're basically using some types of calculations to know what words to use and how to use them. But it usually is not... it doesn't go to complex math. Any levels of complex math. I mean, at its core, mathematics is a sort of language. Just not in... It's just not the same thing as human language. Mathematics is how you communicate, how you basically communicate, I'm here again? Dude, this is stupid. Why do I keep getting the same shit happening? I'm resetting the console. Like, at its core, mathematics is a type of language because it's essentially a way to communicate relationships. Just not in the same way that like standard languages. Standard language is communication of information. Mathematics is the communication of how things relate to one another in a numerical fashion. When you get down to things like number theory, never happened to me before the AFK. I mean, getting stuck there is not a new occurrence, it's just that it's happened twice now in a short amount of time, and that's really weird. Today's been a rather cursed day for runs. And of course, you know, like I said, I'm not a math guy. I don't specialize in math. I don't... I only know the basics of algebra. Well, whatever you would consider basics. I know how to do quadratic formula, I know how to basically find a relationship between line equations. I can figure out vectors. As long as I have the formulas, I'll be able to solve the problem most likely. I stopped at so a doctor in math should be able to learn other languages easily. No, it helps, but no. It helps with syntax and grammar. Because if you understand, if you understand that certain things fit while others don't, that's kind of how math goes, is like, you understand, you know, that these strings of words together don't make sense, but these do, which is basically like, identifying these strings of numbers don't make sense, but these do. It will help you be able to more easily grasp the grammar or grammatical structure of a language. That doesn't mean that it will help you. It means that you are capable of creating a logical flow more easily than other people. When speaking a different language. That's about all that math skills are going to help you with. You're not going to get help with anything else. If you're good at memorizing, you can do vocabulary really well. If you're really good at sounds, you'll be able to do pronunciation really well. If you're good at talking and putting words in a sentence really well, you will be good at talking. If you're a good listener, you will be able to pick up listening comprehension more easily. None of those involve math. Or the majority of those do not really involve it. Math just helps. Cortex turned into Crash! That also needs to be clipped. The reason why Asslock crashes is because Cortex turns into another object. And usually it's an invalid object. We've seen one where Cortex turned into a Nitro. That was by Rijiku. You feel like you're good at absorbing vocabulary? I'm good at absorbing slang terms. Using native-like expressions is something I'm good at. How are the runs today? Horrible. I just can't... I can't get runs today. I don't even think I've... Have I even... Did I even get out of Curse... I did once. Didn't I? Get out of Curse... Did I get out of Curse Splash once today? I'll get a PB eventually. Of course I will. The only time I'm gonna stop it... Oh shit, Pickshoe. Thanks for the Prime sub. Enjoy the emotes and the potential ones to come that I have to think of. You can sub to me. Remember, it is still September. You can sub for a discount.
Power crystal.
A power crystal. Did you know you can subscribe with Twitch Prime? Amazing. Crazy stuff. But yeah, Picture, thanks for the Prime sub, my man. Don't you know you can give deeper money? You indeed can. And all money is appreciated. This is true.
Keep back, you weak-minded
For the viewers, of course. You can also gift subs to make viewers happy. This is true.
crazy.
I am extremely depressed and lonely. Gift me a sub. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Yes, I require goods and services, and you can give me some so I can exchange. In before somebody brings up the $5 is $5 meme. Which, if nobody knows what that is, there was this very entitled Twitch streamer who said, like, $5 is $5. If you don't have $5 to give to me, what are you doing with your life? Go flip a burger. You can easily make $5. Then you could come back, and then you can actually watch me. Is what she said, and that's just absolutely insane. Yo, Edvin. Well, I appreciate you. $5 a month! I appreciate you appreciating me, I guess. Yo, Matsu. How was the JP practice? Yeah, I think so. What do you mean? Alinity, yeah. If watching you is better than coffee, true. As you should. A streamer should never guilt trip their chat into giving them money. Like, I mean, I'll make jokes and be like, hey, you know, or I can say, like, you know, I do need the money. And it's true, I do definitely need the money. But then, do I really care if you're gonna give me money? Not really. But, like, at the end of the day, you know, only give money if you feel like supporting. That I'm gonna try really... I'm gonna try, like... Well, the thing is I don't really treat people differently if they give me money. Because the thing is just giving me money doesn't make you special. All it is just you're supporting me as somebody who has his own endeavors. That's how I look at it, is like, you give me money and I appreciate you, and it gives me motivation to stream more. That's really what it is. Like, yo, Abdo. Hope things are going well. Like, at the end of the day, I don't care. Like, streaming is a hobby for me, and it's always going to be a hobby. And the thing is I don't want to... Oh, I got the swag stand. Sustained. Like, oh yeah, just swag stand. Yeah, like, don't watch ads if you don't want to. That's a big reason why I'm streaming on YouTube as well. I'm doing alright. Like, I'll do pre-roll to make sure that people don't get, like, in between ads. If I were doing early hub 4, I would actually do ads during the credits. Because, like, there's no reason not to do that. But the thing is like, I, quite frankly, don't care. I can't stress this enough. I don't care, and ads are not going... Like, I will always say... Always use, always use ad block. Any percent doesn't have credits. Well, yeah, of course. That's why I said early hub 4. Could have ran some ads at Wendy's. Yeah, but I was gone. Plus, there's nobody here anyways. Like, I saw the viewer count was like 10. And it's like, what would I rather do? Have people listen to some banging music or, like, watch some ads and leave? Because that's what happens if I see an ad. They're like, I'm gonna be very straight up with you. If I see an ad, I leave. But that is basically what happens. I don't care who you are. If I see an ad, I leave. Because I'm not there to watch the ad, I'm there to watch you. And if I have to watch something other than you, I'm gone. And you might say, oh, well, you're not supporting the creator. It's like... Yeah, but the thing is you never would have gotten my money anyways. That creator should not have an advertiser overlord telling them what to do. They should be paid directly, not indirectly, for that kind of shit. What was the other image? It was a modified version of the, I don't need sex because RNG fucks me every day. You also encourage your own community to do so? Yeah, you should. As a speedrunner? As a speedrunner, I think that ads are terrible. Like, if I'm on a run and you're forced into seeing an ad, go fuck yourself. Like, if you have to see an ad while I'm at the beginning game, whatever. But if I'm, like, on good pace, like, let's just say a random ad pops up right while I'm on the end game. You don't know if I win until people say GG. You can't be arsed to set them up. It's not hard. Yo, Cox. On this ad matter. The thing is that people say that ads, like, support the creator, and what they're saying is that if you use ad block, you're, like, going against the streamer because you're not supporting them. No, in reality, the issue is not whether or not you're supporting the streamer. The issue is the system, because the system has a bottleneck on the creator. And as a speedrunner, like, it is horrible, because the thing is like, well, what happens if I have something great and you just missed it? And yeah, also, if the ads are interesting, yeah, I'll watch it. Like, Old Spice. Old Spice ads are, well, they used to be good. I've been getting some on my YouTube mobile, and they're like, I don't give a fuck. And ads on stream, yeah, ads on stream are dumb. That may have made it in, but I don't think so. Oh, I saw crash. Alright, we're good. Yeah, support should always be voluntary too, never mandatory. Terry Crews is great. Terry Crews is a fucking he's an international treasure. You prefer ads with good music? I don't. Terry Crews, what's happening? Nah, just Terry Crews is just a fucking gem on this earth. Old Spice soda, block your body water, block soda for 16 hours. What's that? That my left bicep? Nah, it was my abdominals. Old Spice soda, block your body wash, too bad for this commercial to end. Block, 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 block. But yeah, like, support should always be optional, never mandatory, because the thing is as soon as you make your stuff mandatory, and this is why I'm so conflicted on, Terry Crews, maybe. Terry Crews. This is why, like, I'm conflicted about putting ads on my YouTube, because, like, the thing is I don't want my stuff to be, you know, forced with ads that I don't care about. I don't want to go into that system. That's why I have super chats enabled. I don't know if anybody knew that, but I do have super chats enabled for YouTube. That derives their copyright law from them. Well, yes, I know Latin American Z is pronounced S. I know that. I can't just stop pronouncing it like that, though. Now, see, the problem with copyright law is that it is outdated and based off of outdated ideals. That's really where the issue stems from. And it's corporations trying to defend their bottom line. I don't disagree with how copyright law works. I disagree with how it functions as a whole, because of the fact that it's based off of outdated ideals that were only really relevant 20 years ago. Like, I mean, obviously there's good things about copyright, and the thing is you know, when you want to protect the user or the creator. Were changed because of Disney. That was a different law. That was when things go into the public domain. Yeah, see, that's a different thing. The international copyright law, which isn't really a thing, by the way, there is no international copyright law, but essentially what it is YouTube is trying not to get sued. That's all it is. Because those music publishers, they are hungry for money. The issue is less to do with YouTube, and it's more about the record label companies saying, fuck you. Because the record label companies just want to have more and more money. Which is sad because, like, people don't own their own music because of how greedy record label guys are. And the thing is the record label companies are basically like the advertisers for streaming. It's the same shit. Essentially, they're so greedy that they don't care. And they're going to keep pushing for more and more ownership of the things that they put advertising for, because what are you gonna do? Like, you don't have the money to make all of this shit happen. We do. Therefore, you exist because we allow it. You persist because we demand it. What do you do for BGM? Oh. I used to get Twinsanity copyright strikes, which is really dumb because it's just they had 20 years before going to public domain. Sounds about right. Yeah, now it's like 70. Because Disney are greedy fucking bastards. Probably me saying that will be the whole reason why if I PB this run, it's not gonna go around. Like, it's probably not gonna, the algorithm's gonna deny it because I criticized an advertiser. That's why, very specifically, on YouTube, if you want to support me, give me a super chat. On Twitch, if you want to support me, you can either subscribe to me or you can directly send me money. And what do you do if you don't want to support me? Nothing. You don't have to go anywhere. And if you give me money, I'm not giving you special treatment. I'm so against the idea that people should get special treatment just because somebody gives them money, because I've seen what people do for money. And they'll allow some very, very bad things on their stream just to elongate or prolong the money because they're like, okay, well, I don't like this guy, but he's giving me money. Buenas, ¿qué tal? I do not agree with that. Twinsanity walkthrough series, although unfinished. I've had a couple of copyright matching, but that was just from some unlisted Guitar Hero videos. Clone Hero stream when? I've done several. I have done several Guitar Hero streams, or Clone Hero streams. I kind of stopped doing them because nobody watched, and, well, I also kind of stopped playing Clone Hero. That was before I was regularly speedrunning again. I mean, I can set it back up now because I have, like, a good setup for it. Like, before it was problematic, now I can actually do it again. I'm gonna be about +9. My best FC, last time I streamed Guitar Hero, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. I mean, mind you, I've never had a good guitar, so I haven't been able to really FC many songs. But I would say probably 95% through the Fire and Flames. On Expert. Or maybe 93 Devil Went Down to Georgia. I had a World Tour guitar that just kept having issues. I have a, I have a Lipple. Or dog shit. Well, yeah. I'm not sure if that's like a political ideology. It makes sense that a lot of intellectual property is handled incorrectly, and it is not in the hands of the right people. Because the thing is like, why is it that a person like Dragon Force got copyright struck on Twitch for playing their own fucking music? They needed to ask for permission to play their own stuff. That's mind-boggling. The Twinsanity developers don't own their code. Like, in some ways, they were playing with fire showing some of the stuff that they were showing. But in reality, it's their video game. It's something like anarchism. I wouldn't consider it anarchism exactly. When you associate the stuff to like a political ideology, I'm not really sure. Luego el copyright. Así es. But when you put that to like a political ideology, I mean, I didn't really read exactly what you were saying, but the thing is like, I would consider that more of a social issue or like a societal issue. Of like, yes, everybody can agree that intellectual property is being mishandled, and it is not where it's supposed to be. Hi, Kilps. Thanks for the good luck. I hope you're doing okay. Nice, I got the gem. Have I played Rock Band 3? I've only played a DLC Rock Band. I've never actually played Rock Band. I played the AC/DC Rock Band. That was the one I had, and I hated the Rock Band guitars. Did a lot of shopping Thursday. Nice. I could just reduce the time. There's things that just need to be changed. They're not going to be changed because, like, it's going to favor the corporate no matter what, which sucks. The only way that that kind of stuff is going to get changed is if a massive overhaul is going to happen, and a massive overhaul will not happen. Fuck me. My fingers kept sticking to the buttons. Okay. How am I? I'm a little tired, but outside of that, please don't get caught. There we go. Alright, come on. You made it. Take damage, please. Fuck. Press RT to fire a machine gun. You know, that's the reason why I had no idea. That's the reason why I had issues finishing Halo 4 on MCC. Oh no, it's fine. That was intended. That was intentional. That's part of the route. No. No pasa nada. Is there a particular reason why you play on the Xbox version? It's better and faster. Faster loading times, better, you get, invisible ledges that work better. There's a reason why basically everybody, all of the modern runners run on Xbox. No era fail. Era intencional, sí. Pues es que porque Crash está en un estado en que si llegas a una pantalla de feedback, yeah, basically the reason why you soft reset is because if you go into a loading screen, the game is going to crash because you're in a cursed state. We call it the cursed state. Se llama si traduzco literalmente, el estado maldito. No, modo zombie no, pero... ya sí, pero es que... se dice cursed state, o sea, estado maldito.
Greatest evil scientist in the world! Stuck in a pipe. How could things get any worse?
But yeah, it's caused by the cursed warp. No sé.
How could things get any worse?
Pero bueno, es que... es por... el teletransporte maldito. Si traduzco literalmente. O sea, el Cursed Warp. En que Crash está en otra zona de carga. Y consigue un punto de control cuando está en otra zona de carga. El juego se puso confuso. Y ya. Yeah, basically, like, when you're in the cursed state, the game just gets confused. Ball glitch. Espera, no puedo leerlo bien ahora mismo. Espérame. Ball glitch. Sería... Inglés es muy distinto, sí. Eso diría ball glitch también en español. ¡Hijo de la puta madre! ¡Por fin! Déjame de una vez, tío. Curses in Spanish. I mean, true. No way. Man. Decir palabras en inglés. Pues sí, porque a ver, es que... ¿Cómo se dice? No sé. Concha de tu madre. Pues a ver, es que es como... a ver. La palabra es fonotácticos, en que son los hábitos... ¿Cómo se dice? Hábitos del habla. Así que hay rasgos en el habla de un hispanohablante o un angloparlante, en que... hay reglas en el habla para pronunciar algo. Así que, por ejemplo, Cursed Warp, por ejemplo, tiene algunos rasgos en que son distintos de inglés. Por ejemplo, Cursed Warp. Normalmente en inglés no se pronuncia la E. Y también la C es una C dura, ¿verdad? Pero en inglés también tiene un respiro. O sea, hay un poquito de aire en que se dice aspiración. Hay aspiración en la C en inglés, así que no es cursed en inglés, es cursed. Y también la U no existe porque existe la R y literalmente es una vocal de R, así que cursed. Y la razón por qué no se pronuncia la D es porque la S no es un sonido sonoro. Sonoro es como Z, D, G, en vez de T, S, K. Así que la S no es sonoro, así que la D se pronuncia como la D. Cursed warp. Y también en español el rasgo de los Ws, ¿verdad? Para hispanohablantes normalmente se dice con una G como gua. ¿Por qué? Y también hay una razón. La razón por la que se dice hispanohablantes como así es porque esta consonante se realiza en la región uvular, como la K, la G, y algo así. Pero en inglés se mueve la lengua en esta región, pero no hay contacto con la boca. Pero los hispanohablantes sí. Por eso se dice como una gua, porque la lengua está bloqueando el aire, pero en inglés no. Pero es la razón por la que hispanohablantes se dicen la gua como la gua. Pero también por eso es un alófono en que la gua y la gua son el mismo sonido según el habla hispanohablante. Tell me why people don't tell Spanish and Portuguese apart. Because if they don't know, it's impossible to tell. They're sister languages. Pues es que mi especialización es la sociolingüística, pero también la fonética. But yeah, basically I was just explaining the pronunciation differences in a thing that is basically called phonotactics. Where the reason why Spanish speakers would say cursed warp instead of cursed warp is because you hate cursed splash, F. Is because they don't realize the E doesn't exist. The D is pronounced like a T because the S behind it is not a sounded consonant. So the D becomes a T. The U isn't pronounced because there's an R. The C is aspirated, which aspiration is a little puff of air, like pff, like how you'd say in country, like you hear the k. And the W in Spanish, the reason why they pronounce the G is because when we say the W sound which, by the way, it is called a glide. It's a semi-consonant. It's not a real consonant. It's a glide. And what it is your tongue moves in the uvular region of the mouth, which is where you do the k, g sounds, and, or not uvular, sorry, velar. I said uvular before. I meant to say velar. Me equivoqué. Era la región velar. It's the velar region where you do the k, g, sounds. And essentially, in the Spanish speakers' diction, their tongue is already touching the roof of their mouth, which is why the w becomes a gwa, basically. He said dick. True. All linguistic democratic when he actually speaks Portuguese. I mean, I understand a lot of the phonotactics of Portuguese. I just don't know any Portuguese. It is also far easier for a Portuguese speaker to understand Spanish than the other way around. And the reason you want to learn Portuguese, and since you already know Spanish, it only takes like 2 years to master it. Yeah. It's not too difficult to learn a sister language. But that's a bit exclusive, isn't it? I'm not so sure, because, like, so here's the reason. Spanish is, like, phonotactically very simple, and Portuguese is not. Portuguese has more vowel sounds, there's more consonant sounds, and it has more pronunciation rules. Spanish is very simple and regular. The reason why, Spanish speakers can understand Italian is because Italian is also spoken very regularly. Like, Italian pronunciation rules are very regular, just like Spanish. Portuguese is not, because, because Portuguese retained Latin pronunciations, which have different vowel sounds, but they also added a couple of others and also nasals. Spanish was the language of one of the 3 languages to basically, like, I believe it was fully adopt the Arabic stuff. It's hard for foreigners to understand them all. Well, yeah, that is basically for, like, every language. English is another one of those languages. Like, the 2 main languages, the 2 main dialects, which would be London English and, General American English, are very easy, because they're not that different. They would think it's 2 different languages. Well, yeah. But that would be the same as saying, like, listening to an English person versus a Scotsman speaking, English and thinking it's 2 different languages when it's not. Reminder, you're thinking of, you're coming from the idea of, like, the language that you're surrounded by is Spanish, which has very little variation. It has variation, but not enough. Pronunciation-wise. Like, a very thick Irish accent a very thick Scottish accent, very thick Louisiana accent, and a very thick whatever. But yeah, I mean that is kind of the, that is kind of like Carrie is not saying gringo to mean like foreigner. Carrie is specifically referring to English speaking foreigners. Yeah. I mean, I understand as somebody who speaks Spanish, like, I mean, Latin America generally uses the term to mean the same thing. Also, no, the term gringo is not offensive, and anybody that thinks so needs to fuck off. That is not an offensive term. It's not used offensively. In Brazil? Oh, then never mind. I'm wrong. Yeah, in Latin America, from what I've heard, it's mostly to refer to those. The issue with the word is that particularly Americans think that it's racist. Because Americans think that Latin Americans are like one race, and it's like, no, they're not. Well, like, Latin Americans come in the exact same colors that we do. And there is really nothing wrong with the term, and if you find the term offensive, well, then you're part of a problem that shouldn't exist. Yeah, that's kind of funny that Brazil calls all of them gringos. That's funny. It's like, dude, you're from the same continent. You're from Latin America. Why? This is the third time this has happened. If you're Mexican, to them, yeah. What do you mean I failed this? The fuck do you mean I'm failing this? Yep. According to them, you are. Now, see, my joke, because I talk about it, because obviously, like, according to Latin America, I'm a gringo. But also, like, the thing is I have a Spain accent. So, like, usually when I'm speaking to Latin Americans and I want to make them laugh, I'm like, soy gringo gallego, tío, joder. And usually it's just like, what the fuck? Well, yeah, it does come from the green go. That is what it is because of American occupation in Mexico. That's where it comes from. Because because like the American military usually has like very distinct green, and they will say go a lot. That's why like American occupation in South America basically created the term gringo. Gringo. So it was a term to refer to Americans, but not necessarily, like, as a derogatory term. It's just like, well, what the fuck do you call them? Are you gonna say Americanos? Or are you gonna say gringos? What's easier to say? Gringos. Especially because in Latin America, Americanos, todos somos Americanos. We're all Americans. So, the only way to refer to an American in Spanish is estadounidense. And what are you gonna say? Estadounidense or gringo? You're gonna say gringo. It's easier to say. I don't know. Americanos. Well, yeah, like, I mean, when I say Americanos, at least when I'm speaking to Latin Americans, I mean all of us. Because, I mean, we're on the same side of the world. We're in the Americas. Somos Americanos. Yeah, it's also just a fun word, yeah. Gringo. United Station. It's actually United States citizen. But because of the way that Americans think, because, like, the way that we think is really fucked up and, like, very... The way that we think is in terms of division. So, we try to divide people instead of, like, saying, like, all of us are Americans. It's like, well, that's a black American, that's a white American, that's an Asian American, that's a Latin American. And how it like changes, right, is like when we think of that, it's like when somebody is using a term to mean foreigner because we hate foreigners, we use a derogatory term, so we understand that when other people say those kinds of things, they're usually slurs or mean things. So what we understand is that Mexicans are being racist or Latin Americans are being racist by calling us gringos, when that's not the case. It's just like, okay, that's just what you call us, okay? It's whatever, right? It's no different than calling somebody Mexican, and it's no different from calling somebody an American. It's just like a little funny thing. And the reason why I'm saying this is to kind of like bridge that gap between us, because I have Americans and non-Spanish speakers in my chat and Spanish speakers in my chat to try to like get the basically getting both sides of the same idea. Is gaijin a Japanese way to say gringo? No. Gaijin is a crude way to say it. If you say gaijin, it's like that foreigner. When you say gaigokujin? Gaikokujin? Then yes, that is basically your way of saying gringo. Gaikokujin is, did I live in Spain? No. I just ended up adopting a Spanish accent. Or you could say kaigai, because my accent is on point. Yeah, I know, I've worked very hard on it. So, kaigai means overseas. Kaigai niki, somebody just exposed themselves as a VTuber watcher. Yep. Kaigai niki. I speak Japanese, you think I don't watch VTubers? A person that came into my chat. What exercises do I recommend for you to improve your English accent? What I would do is look into not English but Spanish phonotactics. Because if you understand your own speech habits, you can stop them from happening. Like, understanding phonotactics and syllable structure in Spanish will help you greatly improve your English pronunciation. Because when you know how to stop doing your own habits, it will be much easier for you to adopt new forms of speech. So I would not say exercises per se. I would go with understanding English phonotactics, or Spanish phonotactics first, and then just listen to how different speech is and try the best that you can. For vowels, it will be different, because it's easier for somebody like me to go into vowels because my accent has 13, 14 vowels. Spanish is 5. You will have to learn how to move your tongue in new ways in order to get new vowel sounds. Because in Spanish you have a, e, o, u. How to do intonation in English? Very carefully. English intonation is really fucking hard. Like, if you don't already speak an incredibly complex language, or like a do I understand Kick W meme video? I didn't even know that came from. Oh, partially, yeah. But I mean, the guy has a thick Argentinian accent. I haven't seen it in a couple years, though. I'd probably understand it a lot more now. For some reason, I thought he meant the lol. Oh, our brain sucks. But English has 5 stress tones, 4 or 5 depending on who you ask. And 13, 14 vowels depending on accent. You just get the Jesus part. Argentinian people, your people. Vos que sos boludo. Che, boludo. La puta madre que te parió. No. Si soy re boludo, papito gacho.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze, or you'll go crystal crazy.
He made prank calls, and Argentinians are so funny when they swear. Yeah. Dude, like, I've been trying to work on a little bit of my Mexican. Like, chale, güey, qué pedo, güey. Qué pedo, carnal, carnalito. Eres un buen pedo, güey. No manches, güey. Valieron madres, güey. No manches. Swear in Greek. I I knew one word in Greek. And it meant, yeah, malaka. That's the word I know in Greek. A tu malaka. Does that just mean wanker? I'm gonna lose more time. Now do it in Dutch. I only know one thing in Dutch. And I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but I know they use cancer as a swear word. Yeah. There was a really funny time when we were, so there's this like conversation hour that we do at my university for Spanish, and for some reason we just got on the term of we got on topic of swear words because the professor said, and I don't actually know what the English equivalent of this is because I'm not religious, but she said like there was something that was like mimicked in like some kind of a sweet and called it la hostia, and there was a girl of Spanish origin, and then she just started laughing because hostia is a common Spanish swear word. Yeah, hostia, chaval. And so we got on the topic of swear words in Spanish, kind of like as an educational thing for the for you know the people who don't speak Spanish as well. Hostia is a swear word, yeah. Ser. I fucking knew it. Joder. Yeah. Joder, tío. Es la hostia, tío, joder. Menuda mierda, tío. Yeah. So like, joder. Boludo. Pelotudo. The sacramental bread. Oh, that's that. So the time you are resetting also counts towards the run, yes. What the fuck? Why did you fall off? Why am I loading? No! See, the problem is my capture card doesn't, like... My capture card doesn't show me... Since it's switching resolutions, doesn't show me that. It doesn't show me the, the screen, so I have to kind of guess when to stop mashing the A button. You know, if you talk about oysters, I just say la concha. La concha de la lora. Yo cojo la concha. Oh shit. Cuando coges la concha, tío. La concha de tu hermana. I mean, the thing is I'm very aware of the fact of what I just said. I use coger. Cuando coges la concha, pero ninguna de las palabras, dos palabras son la palabra en el castellano. Joder, tío. Este tío coge como un burro. Como un burro, como un toro. Los científicos le odian. Los científicos le odian. Dude, he grabs people grabs people like a bull. Scientists hate him. Yeah. Agarrar? Yeah, coger only has a sexual meaning in Latin America, yeah. In the Caribbean, un español cogiendo una concha. He pasado la tarde en la playa. Un latino, un argentino coge una concha. Me parto la polla, tío. Menudo gracioso, tío. Dude, imagine cuando partiendo tu polla. Half the chat's like, what the fuck is going on? The other half is like, yo, this is fucking cinema. Y cuando te partes la polla. ¡Ah! But not literally. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, one half of the chat is like, what the fuck's going on? The other chat's like, pure cinema. Puro cine. Una mitad del chat. No entiendo ni una jota. La otra parte. Puro cine, tío. Dude, just absolute cinema. Come on. My runs are just cursed today. They're cursed like the warp, yeah. Dude, Ser, you should see some of the shit that's happened today. It's been pretty fucked up. Yo, Scar. Today you'll eat KFC? Bruh. I wanna go to Guadalajara and try el pollo pepe. Cuando te pierdes el stream. Exactly. Menuda pena, tío. Menuda penaza, tío. Guadalajara, yeah. I'm probably going to Ciudad de Mexico soon. So I'll get to try some stuff out. I'm going to Mames. La maratón mexicana de speedrunning. ¿Con quesadillas con queso? What the fuck? Quesadillas con queso. ¿Y dónde está el queso? Where the fuck's the cheese? It's called a quesadilla. That's almost as bad as what we call queso, like queso cheese, which I can't remember what it's called. Queso blanco? I can't remember what it is in Spanish. I always forget the name. You know, one word that I just struggle remembering in Spanish for some reason is storm. La tormenta. Oh, it comes from an ancient term, quetzadin. Folded tortilla. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Remember things in English but not Arabic? That is a common bilingual problem. Catching a stream. You've been watching my world record progression and you finally here to witness it in its full glory. Queso blanco is the keys. Okay. Is the keys, yeah. There's the cheese. Sometimes you just gotta cut the cheese. Being bilingual, and it doesn't get better with being trilingual, you will forget words in your native language. Queso amarillo, commonly known as American cheese. American cheese is disgusting. You forget words every day, yeah. Como un gilipollas, tío, joder. The pileta. The beauty of being a language teacher, yep. You forget words all the fucking time. It sucks balls. How the fuck did you say this in Spanish? Yeah. I have that problem. Like, I'll just look at something and then I'm just like, how the fuck do you say this again? You teach English at a university? Oh, nice. I want to teach English and Spanish in Japan. You speak 3, but remembering the rules behind them? Just depends. I mean, if you speak languages where the, where, like, the differences are like, yo, hold up, Chappie? Bruh, I haven't seen you in a minute. What's up? If the rules are different enough, it's pretty easy. Like, I mean, I don't get too much mixture between, Spanish and Japanese. Just because the rules are, like, totally different. But I'm assuming if I knew French, it would really fuck me up. I know French was starting to mess up my stuff. There we go. Pretty fast. Spanish, Hebrew, and English. No way! I got spoon-fed. That's being spoon-fed right there. I'm spoon-fed, dude. Yep, basically. Sir, you need to renew your fucking sub. And the crazy grammar. Well, maybe. Oh, I almost got bro strats. Emota's gone again, yep. Come on. Nope. I can't get bro strats today. Caminada. Must have been today. Yep. I mean, it took me a long time to be able to conjugate verbs. Okay, cool Sonic 06 moment. Keep making me lose time, game. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Why? Ooh, why am I so far behind? How did I lose so much time? What the hell? I'm like 8 seconds behind what I usually am when I don't get brower strats. I'm like plus 20 right now. How am I so far behind? Stop making me lose time, dude. What happened to make me lose that much time? Do I often get the articles wrong? Yeah, I do. Sorry? No, you're not the reason why I messed up. I genuinely don't know the reason why I was so far behind. I know I paused. Okay, I thought I was in a different place. Cool. I'm able to save the time. I mean, the run's not dead. I don't need to get like a super good time. I think the sub 103 is dead, but not the sub 104. Right now I should be on like not mid, but low 103 pace. So weird that I'm like this far behind. Damn. We'll see. Finally, I got this. I've been messing this up. And I don't know why. I can save a little bit of time here, and okay, I'm just gonna lose the time because the game decided to fucking proxy me. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea how the hell people can speak any Semitic language. Neat. Okay, there you go. Got it that time. There's the time save there that I could have had. Plus 24 sucks. I'm actually gonna do any percent strats. Put on a blanket. Modern Indo-European language? I mean, technically, yeah, but... it would absolutely be more than, somebody speaking a non-Indo-European language. There we go. Okay, this might be a best seg. Yep, there we go. Oh, in a Proto-Indo-European? No. No. Probably not even Latin. Maybe Sanskrit, but not Latin. Proto-Indo-European would not help a single bit. Because Proto-Indo-European is so far removed from the rest. It would be no better help than to know Russian to try to learn English. Like, the thing is you won't even be able to find connections unless you speak a non-Proto-European language. But, like, I was listening to something in Russian with English subtitles, and then I was talking to Pete, the player, and I was saying, since, by the way, he does know Russian, his family is, his family's Russian-speaking, and I'm just like, wow, this sounds super Indo-European, and then he says, genuinely, I have no idea what you're talking about. But it's probably because you speak Japanese. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. The only time that you'll really be able to notice the stuff is literally if you speak a non Indo-European language.
Scientist in the world, stuck in a pipe. How could things get
How
any
could things
worse?
get any worse?
Like, there's crossover between them, obviously. Okay. That's twice. Might help with Lithuanian. I am going to go, nah, I might not lose time. But I mean, it was a struggle getting up because I got 2 insta-falls. That's interesting. Perfect cycles. Absolutely perfect cycles. Yes. There we go. Why capital and small letters exist? For distinction. Ooh. It's always for distinction. What happened? Nothing. In objects and names, or it's just it's always for distinction. That's the reason why capital letters and lowercase letters exist. They're used differently depending on the language and also the era, because like English in the 1700s capitalized proper nouns just like German does. It is legitimately only for distinguishing certain aspects. Damn. I was frozen. Oh, I was waiting for Cortex to teleport to me. I usually do a different strat. I didn't want to do it that time. Nice. Yeah. Okay, please don't. Okay, there we go. No soft lock this time. Alright. Still not on a run. But we are definitely more on a run than we were earlier today. Come on! Why am I going backwards? What the fuck? That's like 10 seconds because camera sucks. I mean, I'll still save a lot of time. I might even still be green. Red. I'll red you in a minute, mate. I'm gonna be green here soon. Just you wait. Also, Sloth, don't you have a trilogy run to get? I don't you memorize all this stuff? Practice. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Red? Red, Sloth? Red? Red? Where's the red? Do you see red? I don't see red. No red. This is what you should be doing right now. Past Great Journey.
Caught. Okay, I was about to say, I've had, like, several runs where the rats just said, like, oh yeah, you die here. I lost 13 seconds in rooftop? Jeez.
Hurry, Nina, or you'll miss the bus!
No, I lost a ton of time on... I lost a ton of time, like, everywhere. Why do I do that cortex suppression so well? I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really understand why I do it so well. I just do it well. Part's laggy as fuck on 360, yeah. Okay, so fun fact, the reason why I control the camera like this is because I learned this game on 360 initially. I have kind of not unlearned how to do this because I've thought, well, in the case that it does lag, I'm getting some extra time. Nice. There we go. Come on, go around the belt. And when you lose 3 seconds to not going around the belt. Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay, that's not good. I'm not doing this part without a mask. I'm almost definitely saving time, that's for sure. What? Why was I aiming that way? My favorite food? Burger. This is true. Burger. Hamburguesa. Hamburguesa. Yours is noodles? What kind of noodles? Okay, why did you go all the way over there? Chicken wings? Bro is not American. Bro is not. Bro is transcending cultures. Pizza? Pizza's like my second favorite.
They found us! To the airship! Quickly!
Look how fucking fast this goes if I do this.
You are in detention.
Madam Amberly.
Cortex's fucking face is down because I was holding up on this fucking right thing. That's crazy. Indomie noodles. The scientist, Starvey.
Twin, you'll always be a little worm.
Uh-oh. Cortex's voice the next crash, you swear? I don't think I'll be able to because I think you have to be part of the Actors Guild. $100 packs? I've never heard of that before. In Texas? Yeah. I don't live anywhere near Texas. Hit that? Damn. Cortex is about to drop the illest bars, dude. Somebody drop a beat. How's the pace? It's okay.
Come along!
Now comes the hard part of the run. On the Twinsanity OST remake, imagine. Now comes the hard part of the run. Right now I'm on like I'm on low 103 pace right now. Bibbles? I don't think so. Academy Bibble? Nope. Seems like a Ligma though. Here we go. Damn. Throwing shade. Fingers crossed? Yeah, keep your fingers crossed for like 10 minutes. Oh shit, it's like actually 13 minutes. What the hell? Oh no, this isn't a let's go moment. This is only the beginning. This entire segment is like basically, which means all the way up until that part looks so difficult. No, it's not that hard. It's actually one of the easiest parts in this whole section. I will need to adjust this best seg too. There we go. Okay. Now this is the hard part. This is the part that's hard because it looks super easy what I'm doing. It is not easy. If I make a mistake, the camera's gonna go wonky, and I'll die. Too. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! How does that even work? I have zombie right now. El modo zombie. Yep. And the easiest part of this whole section is this. This is where I can kind of like calm down a little bit before I have to do slip slide with zombie. Slip slide with zombie is scary as hell. Why was I about to get a best seg? Am I still getting the best seg? No. From the name, but how did I activate it? I threw Cortex into a cutscene and then I died. So, just so you know, this is my actual pace. I am currently very easily on, sub 104 pace. Come on. I'm very easily on sub 104 pace. I still have a lot of time to save. I have basically none in high seas, yo hatake. I have some in ice climb. I have a decent amount in rock slide, and I have a lot to save in, well, I have some in rock slide. It's not a lot. Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. I'm going to need it, for sure.
There! To the sea, I tell you! Our salvation floats upon the briny blue! We must reach engine battleship it quickly before it sets sail! But how? Think, Cortex, think!
Yo, Dio. Yeah. I still have like 30 more seconds of time save easily. You also may have found a wife, potentially. Let's fucking go, dude.
Cortex doesn't count! Oh!
I never make that cycle. Yeah, that was for content. That was definitely not me actually just messing up and almost failing. That's just one of the scares that can happen during slip slide. There's lots of scares that can happen. If I get mother skip though, I will save time, which will be nice. Okay, please, thank you. You know what? I have been wondering that. Oh, damn. Welp, I'm not saving time.
Are those real? Mother?
Cortex wanted to scream in 3D, it's okay. This is risky. I made it! Yo, hold up. That was crazy. No way, dude! Come on! That's how I lose the run? I'm still gonna get this split, hang on.
I've never been so humiliated.
I just could not turn enough. Hang on. Totem zombie. I'm gonna cut off 10 seconds from that. There we go. El tiempo era buenísimo, sí, pero se pasa. Man, that sucks. That's just like the... That's just the thing about Zombie, is that, like, I made a cycle I was not confident in making, and I couldn't control it. I usually don't mess up the yellow gem. What is that sled doing? Unfortunate the run ends like that. Yeah, but I mean, I can always get a better run. Remember, I was like plus 20 at the beginning of that run. I was plus 20 at the beginning of that run. Like, I'm a little upset, but not that upset. Like, when you've been a speedrunner for a long time, it's just you don't get attached to runs. I wasn't upset because the pace was good. I was actually more upset by the fact that I just kind of wanted to get another finished run. And honestly, that would have been a very nice run to have, because the early game wasn't very good. So that way I would always be ahead when going for attempts. And then I would just have to defend the pace in the rest of the run, which I'm okay with. Hopefully I can get a better run. Should be able to. I rarely reset at, I don't like to reset over, things that don't really matter. Imperfections are just time saved for the next run. Damn, I was like, okay, you can see the splash, and then it's like, nope, still covered. I was a little nervous too during the run, during last run. Oh, come on, man. That actually would have made it in too. Yeah, this is a more accurate sum of best. This is a much more accurate sum of best. Wait, why do I have a tag? Who tagged me? Where was I tagged? I was tagged in here. Wait, but I already... Okay. Autistic speedrunning abilities. Man, I can't believe Sloth is on. He's actually out of POA. That's crazy. I don't have your audio on, Sloth, but if you can hear me, you better not fuck up Rubble. And he's gonna be like,
I never fuck up Rubble, G-Pro. What do you mean? I'm not gonna fuck up Rubble. Come on.
honestly, if his run were red, I probably would have just put red. Karma. I didn't know Sloth was streaming at the same time. Okay. I'll stream... Okay, so here's the deal, right? I think I've got another 30 minutes left in me. I could go for even longer, but I don't want to. Because if I go for longer, well, I'd just rather, relax for the rest of the night, for the rest of the day. I have a couple of things I need to buy. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna take the plunge. And then just buy those male-to-male component cables. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take the plunge and buy them so that way I have a CRT set up. Then I'll actually be playing on a CRT. I'm not sure how the sound setup's gonna be, because I don't believe I'll be able to drown out the actual game sound. Because if I'm playing on a CRT, I'm most likely going to want to have the sound from the CRT and not from my headset. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I'll have a CRT setup. And, I'll have a CRT setup. Because I have a CRT, it's just not used right now. I have a good idea how I'm gonna have everything set up too. So that way I'll be able to read chat and also play on the CRT at the same time. It's also going to help with the rest of my setup too, because when I finally get that that 60-inch TV down here, I'll be able to have it. Hello, Alf. Then I'll be able to easily watch anime and kind of like just chill. I need a reclinable chair. I need one. Ooh, a recliner. Ooh. Having a recliner. A very comfy recliner. Oh. I wish I weren't poor as fuck. Somebody donate me $1,000 right now. Do it. Do it or the runs don't continue. No, please. Don't actually do that. But oof, having a recliner. Oof. A very comfy recliner. And then have that fucking 60-inch TV. Ooh, boy. For reference, here goes my life savings, please. No. But no, seriously, like, so when I say 60-inch TV, I don't mean I want to buy one, we have one. It's just that I don't have the means of bringing it down here because I'm too small. I hate that that's how I have to say it, but the thing is I'm just too tiny of a guy. Like, the base is longer than how far I can stretch my legs width-wise. I am physically capable of lifting it and bringing it downstairs. It's about as heavy, I think it's actually slightly heavier than the CRT, and I brought that down here by myself. But the problem is not its weight, the problem is the fact that I'd have to crab walk, and I'm just not large enough to do that on my own. Because even though, like, when we're talking about lifting capacity, I am very easily capable of lifting it and bringing it down here. But I can't do it because of how big the fucking base is to hold the TV. And that's actually the whole reason why I didn't get it down here in the first place. I tried. I actually tried. I got it from my old room to the living room, which I would have 3 more rooms to clear. And I was just like, I can't do this. I made it 1 room. But, like, moving furniture on your own, I do that. But the thing is that with this thing in particular, it's just not physically fucking possible. I shouldn't have even brought down this CRT, honestly. I almost fell, I almost really hurt myself, and I almost broke it. But I managed. I managed to do it. I'm never bringing this thing upstairs. That I can guarantee you. Yep. Whoa! Okay, alright. I guess I'm streaming for at least an hour longer. Oh shit, it's Katsu, the cursed guy. Yo, thanks for the good luck, Stu. Yo, Raiders. Oh, we're actually doing a non any percent category. I was on a run earlier. Not good or bad, just luck, yeah. True. Yo, Firebolt. I was talking about, how I wish I had money so I could have a recliner. And then watch my anime on a 60-inch TV. But we have a 60-inch TV, but I can't bring it downstairs myself. And I haven't asked my dad to help me. I will. Trust me, I will eventually. If I had a recliner that got down here, which... Oh yeah, getting a recliner down here. Oh no. Oh no. That would be awful. Yeah, my dad would tell you to fuck off. Now see, if I asked my dad, he would probably be like, my dick hurts. And yes, he does actually say that. But yeah, huge raid. Stu, did you PB? I'm sure he didn't PB, but did you PB? Yeah, didn't die this time. Almost died. I'm sure he didn't PB. Wait, did he actually PB? No, the thing is Stu would have said he PB'd if he PB'd. What the fuck? Let me jump. Thank you. Like, the thing is I know Crash 2 well enough. I used to run the game. I wasn't world record contender, but I was top level at the time. Damn it. Oh, I turned too much. Dude's done a hell of a job, yeah. Oh no, you're fine, Axel. I don't get sound notifications. I know it well enough to know that that the game is not going to give. Twinsanity is more forgiving than Crash 2. The time you slide off the cutscene trigger. Oh, you don't, it's not sliding. there is no cutscene trigger. You just enter the chunk. Would I say that this game is easier than Crash 2? No. I would say that Crash 2 is mean. I would say Crash 2 is meaner. Twins will just, like, laugh in your face. Crash 2 will literally come back at you with a vengeance. And then, like, think about this. Fighting against Twinsanity is like fighting a comedian, where the comedian will make you feel bad. Crash 2 is like punching a beehive. Actually, no, punching like a hornet. A hornet's nest. Because some hornets remember faces, and they will fucking attack you. And there are beehives in Crash 2. There you go. With hover, yeah, there is no cutscene trigger. You're going into a chunk load. That, once you enter the chunk load, the cutscene activates. There is no, cutscene trigger. Hornet Hollow Knight reference, true. Wait, reference? That's a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference! JoJo! Caesar! When says beehives? I think that's DLC. I think you have to pay for that. No, it's 逃げずにこのディオに近づいてくるのか。近づかなきゃ。Goku can beat Giorno, but he can. At least Super Goku can. I'm not sure about GT Goku. And Giorno were unaware. No, the thing is that, well, I don't remember what, Gold Experience Requiem can do. But you have to kind of remember that, like, there is nothing that a JoJo character can do that will harm Goku. It's, like, there's basically nothing. It's just Deus Ex Machina, yeah. But, like, no, there is nothing a JoJo character can legitimately do. There's nothing a JoJo character can legitimately do that will, that would affect Goku. Except ones that would accelerate time and make him age. Or make him forget. Those are like the only two exceptions to it. That takes metal from your blood. But can you prove that Goku's blood has metal? That's the only thing, is he is a Saiyan, he is not a human. It's possible that there are some parts of his biology that are different. He's breathing oxygen. Damn. He got me. He can't breathe in space, yeah.
Well, a power crystal.
Well. Goodbye, Goku. But can the stands move faster than Goku? Actually, you know what? No, that doesn't matter because Goku's too merciful. Goku would not kill the opponent. He would just incapacitate the opponent, and then just do that.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool.
Oh, the stand is cooked.
Crystal crazy.
Okuyasu could definitely beat Goku, but the problem is that, like, Okuyasu is dumb. He has one of the strongest fucking powers in fiction. And he's just so dumb he can't even use his own power? What the hell? How did I miss that? That sucks balls, dude. Until the user is mentally dead. Yeah. So can Toph bloodbend? Theoretically. Katara can, but Toph would be able to move the metals from within the blood, basically suffocating somebody. She probably wouldn't be able to move the blood itself, but she would be able to essentially remove the points of the iron in the blood, basically causing them to suffocate. As well as the waterbender, yeah. The problem with Toph is that she didn't need to be able to feel the sand. Because she can't see it. Fuck you. No way I'm gonna be the same fucking... Who doesn't instantly fold to Sokka, this is true. I'm plus 20 again. Oh, who doesn't instantly fold to Sokka? Actually, no, that's not true. To Sokka? Not true. He's a brilliant tactician, but I can't think that he could beat somebody who's superhuman. He's used to fighting people who are superhuman, but that doesn't give him something that is also meant to fight humans themselves. Like, that's the one thing. I mean, Naruto characters are not, like, super strong. That's not my point. I mean, like, it's funny because fucking Yamcha basically no-diffs the entirety of the Naruto universe except for, like, 2 characters. Rock Lee would just fold the entire Avatar verse? Probably not. Lee's very strong, don't get me wrong. But strength, when you're put up against people who can basically like move elements around you, you're probably, even if you're way stronger than them, that's not going to mean that you're gonna win a fight. Even if you, like, remove constraints and you become 10 times stronger than most people, that doesn't mean that you can't fight people who will literally blow you back because they can push, like, 200 pounds of force from air. There's no amount of strength that can prevent you from holding on. Like, if you have nothing to grab onto... if you have nothing to grab onto, he's not very heavy. He's a very light person. If he has his weights on, sure, but in order to fight at a decent strength, he needs to take off his weights, which means that an airbender could blast him. And then you would say, okay, well, he can grab into the ground. Okay, if he does that, then you just pair an airbender with an earthbender. You're fucked. Because then you're trapped. And it's like, okay, well, what about this? Then you add metal bending into the mix. And even if he's 10 times stronger, metal bending will really fuck him up. Like, it has nothing to do with the power scaling, really. It's just the fact that, conceptually, elemental bending is pretty overpowered. And if you really just don't like somebody, you fucking just lava bend them and they just burn to death. Is there a stand user who can stand against Saitama? Dio. There's a very specific reason why I'm saying Dio. It's not because of the world. It's because Dio can literally fucking, like, if you touch him the wrong way, he could turn you into a vampire. That's the only thing, is that Dio would die, but he could also infect Saitama. But then Saitama could just ignore it. Oh yeah, you know what? You're right, because he can't turn him into a vampire because it wouldn't penetrate his skin. Yeah. No, I don't think there is one. I mean, I don't think Saitama really becomes strong enough to, like, fight, he's not strong enough to fight, he's not strong enough to fight Goku, that's for sure. Really, the only thing I could think of is Okuyasu with the hand, but the same thing is that he has one of the most powerful, the strongest powers in fiction, cannot fucking use it because he's really dumb. Like, there is a logistical 0% chance. Yeah, that is bait, the Goku Saitama debate. Goku can bench. Nah. No. Goku is multiversal in strength. Saitama's not multiversal. Yeah, from a writing standpoint, it would be a tie. From a logistical standpoint, no, Goku would beat Saitama, but only because the reason is because Saitama's strength is not made to be the same level. Because of the way the universes are, Saitama doesn't need the level of strength Goku needs. From a logistical standpoint, yeah, you don't know his limits, but the problem is he has not tested out on anything that Goku has. That's the thing, is that like all of Goku's feats, Saitama has not reached a point where he has been able to do the same feats. That's the only thing. I'm not saying that there isn't a possibility that Saitama could become that powerful, but the thing is there's a very clear difference between in Saitama's universe, he has never needed to do anywhere near the levels of feats that Goku has been able to do. That is the only distinction, and there is no logistical reason for us to assume that Saitama can basically fight Goku and win under current circumstances. And there never will be, because even if his strength can reach that point, his verse will never make him need to reach the same level of feat. Because you can't measure something that's immeasurable, or like something that cannot really be measured. There is a world where Saitama can beat Goku, but that's the problem. Is that Saitama's universe does not require him to reach the levels of feats that the Z fighters have had to deal with. Maybe a god, but Goku and Vegeta just fight gods that can destroy fucking universes anyways. See, that just sounds like BS. Goku literally almost caused the universe to die from punching during the Battle of the Gods, when he was fighting Beerus. When was the last time Captain Falcon won a major? I'm crying, dude. Oko would struggle to win? People have been blowing up moons in Dragon Ball since Dragon Ball episode 20. They are quintillions of times stronger now than they were back then. Roshi blew up the moon in, like, episode 20 of Dragon Ball. And that was considered, like, maybe a 100 power level feat, which the power levels are in, like, the quintillions now. They would struggle against King Piccolo. If any of them can destroy a continent, which there was one enemy that was capable of destroying a continent, then they would be past the Dragon Ball arc. They would be around the time when Raditz shows up. Because remember, remember that Nappa was capable of destroying cities with a single finger. Vegeta and Nappa were destroying planets. Planets, not just a planet. Planets. Even against people that he should theoretically be able to one-shot. Was anime filler? Oh, that was? Damn. Crazy. He blew up Jupiter. Now I just feel like you're trying to rage bait? Or you are a serious fan of One Punch Man? You're just stating a fact. Now, the fact is that, he definitely did take way too long to defeat enemies that he should one-shot. Oh shit, Flowers, thanks for the raid. And also, I'm not saying this as like a huge Goku fan, it's just I've seen a lot of... How's it been going? I had one run. And it died to Slip Slide. Yeah, Goku specifically is trying to get good fights out of his enemies. This is true. But it is a logistical impossibility that basically any that almost any anime universe could touch Dragon Ball, but that's because they just keep having to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And it makes it seem really simple. In reality, when you kind of look at the scaling, it's just that nobody touches him. he has his weaknesses, but in terms of strength, I have not thought of a verse that has been capable of matching Goku, but it's not because it's not possible, it's because it just hasn't happened because those universes have never had the reason to do that. It's not really a fair comparison. Now, the one thing I will say is that Saitama versus basically anybody else in this verse is very similar to, like, say, cinema. And Saitama killed him in 3 punches. Yeah, like I said, Roshi did a much if Lord Boros was the guy that destroyed a continent or a planet, Roshi was doing that in like in the beginnings of Dragon Ball. He would destroy planets for a living. Yeah, now he fights with somebody who can destroy an entire universe if he just so sneezes incorrectly. And Frieza doesn't. That's also true. Yeah, and like the thing is, Frieza could do it in an entire fucking, like, couple of minutes. And how does Goku fare against him? Pretty well, actually. Because we don't even know the extent of Beerus's power either. If you want to go that way, we don't know the extent of Beerus's power. So that means that Beerus probably no diff Saitama. If we want to go that route.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
We know Beerus is much stronger than Goku right now.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
But then, Goku has mastered a technique that only Whis has done. You just did some practicing? Damn. No PBs. Oh yeah, I'm not saying Saitama isn't strong. He is absolutely fucking insane. I wouldn't be surprised if Saitama could, if he could go toe-to-toe with Frieza during Z. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if he could reach, up to Buu Saga. Which is ridiculous considering his verse. He could go toe-to-toe with Goku. I really don't think so at the moment. I don't think that his feats have done that. Because comparing the verses when the feats are so different... a lot of what's going on in One Punch Man has already been done a lot in Dragon Ball Z. It could. Yeah, most likely Krillin could no-diff all of the villains in One Punch Man, except I think one. One was universal, and Krillin is not universal. Yeah, Madara would just get fucking nuked. No, Krillin could easily blow up planets now if he wanted to. He's kept up. He's stronger than Boo is. Boo was in the Boo Saga, I believe. Yeah. Frieza was blowing up planets in his weakest form. Frieza was toying with Goku when he decided to blow up Namek. He was toying with Goku. That's also true. I mean, I wouldn't say that Toriyama's writing is ass. But what I will say, is that he's not good at continuity. He wasn't good at continuity writing. He was very good at making a compelling and entertaining story. That is something that we need to kind of distinguish here, is that Toriyama's writing was good, but not for continuity. Good at Aura? I don't think so. He was absolutely very good at making things entertaining. There's more to writing a story than just making things good. Like, it's yeah, basically the same thing as the guy who's writing One Punch Man. Is that he's good at comedy. When I was writing a story, it was actually about the same. I wouldn't say that DB, Dragon Ball world building's bad.
As a former student myself,
It's just not the same.
secrets this institution holds.
No, you want bad world building, SAO. But no, I don't think they did bad world building. I will never forget. I was watching Alicization, and I was like, holy shit, this world building's actually pretty good. And then the SAO part came in. And then I was like, oh, this is ass.
I'm stuck! The greatest evil scientist in the world! Stuck.
Gohan is kind of half and half because there's a great... like, he has his good elements and he has his bad elements. But I think a lot of it as well comes from Japanese writing. Because, like, it's not very different from how characters are just written in Japanese anyways. Like, in Japan in general, like, the way that they write characters. Some of the bad parts of the way the characters are written is probably more so that we see them from our point of view and not their point of view. What they did to Ultimate Gohan, yeah. Yeah, wasted him for no reason. I don't know why I even did a slide jump there. That wasn't worth going for. They really, really did, Gohan dirty. I'm just gonna wait. I almost jumped too early. Oh, fuck. He's really far away. That's gonna suck. What do you mean that missed? Fuck you. No! And Vegeta doesn't get what he should get. Never wins unless it's against a side character, yeah. But I mean, let's face it, though, Vegeta honestly has had one of the things. Yeah, the problem is that I keep getting distracted by all the fucking background noise because the dogs keep fucking barking. And my parents don't stop it. Yeah, Vegeta's definitely getting dirty. He's getting done dirty for sure. But I mean, also, remember that Vegeta really has gotten a lot of good stuff. I bet you he was actually cooking some really nice stuff, too. But also remember, he's not... He wasn't the type of writer to build towards a story. He just kind of wrote what he thought was fun. And died for no reason. I don't think that he died for no reason. Oh yeah, he definitely told Toyotaro. Buenas Isaac, ¿qué tal? He definitely told Toyotaro a lot of stuff, so like... But no, Vegeta didn't die for no reason. The thing is that was the end of his redemption arc. Está bien. Estaba en buen pace, pero... se murió. That wasn't right. I don't know. I think... Dying against Boo didn't give him character development, it fixed his character development. That's the thing. Is that he was like, you know what, I've done some terrible things. It's time for me to start caring about the things that I care about. And he tried. And while he failed, it was still... thing. Like, I would not say that they definitely, I definitely would not... Nah, Boo Saga is really where everybody's an idiot. Cell Saga was more like... Toriyama didn't really know what to do. And he kept changing everything. Team 4-star more? I mean... Dragon Ball Z Abridged changed the... like... Oh yeah, that's true. The editors were also, like, forcing him to change stuff. That makes sense. The thing about Abridged is that Abridged made a lot of the writing more lore accurate to, like, what the Japanese translation is. Or not translation, but the original source material. I mean, some of it was obviously changed, but it is closer to the source material than, whatever. But also, there is another factor that a lot of people don't really understand. Yeah, that too. But there's another aspect. Alright, good night, Flowers. Thanks for the good luck. Thanks for the raid and everything. Sub's not even fully lore accurate. Because you don't get everything. Like, the sub is going to give you more accuracy, but the thing is even subs, there are things that are untranslatable. But there's the thing is that there are some things that what a lot of people don't understand is that there are Japanese tropes that are untranslatable, that are cultural, entwined with their culture. Including a lot of other things too. That just, like 30% is just lost in translation. Somewhere in the realm of like 30% is just lost in translation. So some things where we might find issues with, like, I believe the whole thing of like what's going on with Super, where like Vegeta's not winning or somebody else isn't winning, something feels off. Some of that stuff is more indicative of how Eastern cultures work, and comes from their mindset, not ours. Like, Vegeta sacrificing himself in the Buu saga, that makes perfect sense. But in the Western audience's eyes, it looks like he wasted himself. In the Eastern audience's eyes, that is a huge redemption. That's like, no, this had to happen. Now, I'm looking at it through the lens of like, of the Japanese, of like, no, that absolutely had to happen. There are certain things that just like we would have issues with that they don't. I'm not sure how much of that also muddies the ideas of like whether something is written well or not. It's hard to say exactly, but I would be willing to bet that some of that does cloud the judgment of like, it may also just be a writing style caused by cultural differences. This is ultimately going to be a huge issue between Eastern and Western literature anyways. What would Vegeta have done if he didn't blow himself up? That's also true. Stop being dumb and work with Goku. Yeah, that is 100% a Western ideal. This is something that's just impossible to translate, because even now I'm thinking of I'm trying to find a way to make sense of it. The problem is it makes perfect sense to me why Vegeta would go and do that. And the thing is like, I would say I can't see it happening any other way. SS3 Goku could have beat Fat Buu, but the problem is, yeah, one thing, he didn't have enough time, but Goku's biggest concern was that he wanted to pass the torch. That's what he had been working on since the Cell Saga. No, Gotenks could have beaten Buu. Ultimate Gohan could have beaten Buu. I believe Goku would, SSJ3 Goku could have gotten close to beating Buu. I don't think it quite would have been enough, but it would have been close. I believe. I wouldn't have gotten close to beating Buhan. Oh no, not Buhan. I'm talking about Majin Buu. Literally like when he was in his fat form. Into peace when it's quiet. Yeah. That's how I like having my audio set up. No, I'm talking about very specifically at the point in time. Like, Goku, when he first saw Majin Buu, he could have beat him. Kid Buu could not beat Buuhan. The only reason why Kid Buu is more dangerous than him, because he is more dangerous than him, is because Kid Buu has no... He has no, like... He's wild and chaotic. He's more dangerous than Buuhan because Buuhan has reason. And I believe he still has Fat Buu in him. He still has his reason. Kid Buu had no reason. I can't remember how powerful Kid Buu was. I believe he was more powerful than Fat Buu. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but... Yeah. But I believe it has been stated that SSJ3 Goku could have beaten Majin Buu, but... like, in the... Like, at the start, when he was there, he could have done it, I believe. If he were fast enough. But like I said, well, then there's, Gotenks. Gotenks could have beaten him. Initially, but he fucked around too much. Ultimate Gohan could have beaten Bootanks if he waited for, the fusion to wear off. But a lot of it was padding out. And some of the fights were not really great as well. So, like... But the way some of the characters act... And a lot of it is true to their flaws.
Well, a power crystal.
Gohan was a teenager. He wasn't even 18. Maybe he was 18. He was a teenager. He wasn't an adult at that point. So when he had the strength, obviously it went to his head. So he fucked around with Buu, and he found out. Trunks and Goten were like also really young. Yeah, he did the same thing with Cell too. You would think maybe he would have learned, but those kinds of things don't always like
Weak-minded fool, avert your gaze or you'll go crystal. crazy.
Those kinds of things don't exactly, like, work out. If you think about how Gohan kind of grew up, he obviously would not have chosen the right, would not have made the right choices. He was still a kid. If he were 25 or 30, I think a lot of the criticisms of how Gohan handled Boo would be very valid, but the thing is when you look at a teenager and how teenagers work, no, it does kind of make sense that he would act that way. Think about anybody that you know of who was, like, under the age of 18, like 17, 18, who would have gotten that level of power and how they would have reacted. And the self-restraint would have been influence from him being basically taught a lot of Eastern teachings. Okay. Okay. Can I just get a good cavern, please? Can I stop fucking this up, dude? I don't think I'm going anywhere else with this. The more that I'm thinking about it, nothing's happening. I'm not getting out of anything. I think it's better just to call it for now. Let me see if there's anybody I can raid at the moment. Why are you on the wrong screen? Of course, if you want to, you can join my Discord. If you're on YouTube, you can scroll up for it. There's definitely something there. I guess we're gonna raid into Sloth then. He is also on YouTube. You can look him up as Sloth SG. He's also on a decent run too, so yeah. Hang on, let me get to the thing so I can finish the raid. There we go. I don't know what to do.